Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day two of the FICCI eFrames 2020. We start this day with a session titled The Era of Smart TVs and Interconnected Home Devices, which Needs Smart Regulations. We have a stellar panel moderated by Ms. Vanitha Kohli Khandekar, the contributing editor of Business Standard. The panelists for this include Ms. Megha Tata, Managing Director, South Asia, Discovery Asia Pacific, Mr. Winsley Fernandez, Chief Executive Officer, IndusInd Media and Communications Limited, Mr. Adam Ruenek, Media Entrepreneur, Chief Growth Officer, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Mode, Mr. Avinash Pandey, CEO of ABP Networks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the panel, and Vanitha, the platform is all yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. This is my first sort of instance of doing this on a Zoom platform. So please excuse any domestic sounds or anything that happens in the middle, which is not planned for. Winsley, I know you have 9 dogs there, so I'm hoping one of them barks and makes my boo-boo less obvious.
I've asked my guys to make sure the dogs don't bark.
Okay, I don't know how many of you remember, and I think I really like this panel that I have because they all come from different perspectives. I don't know how many of you remember that in 2000 the Indian film industry got industry status. At that time, and I think that was after 60 or 70 years of various committees saying that it needs to get independent finance, it needs to get financing from banks if you want to clean up the act for the film industry, and that opened the floodgates because that meant the industry could borrow money from whether it was VCs, private funds, banks, etc. And the difference it made to the life of the industry, and everybody asked, I'm sorry, Adam, this is maybe completely random facts for you, but it's very well established here in India. 20 years later, you can see what this industry has done. Our shows are getting nominated for Emmys. Our films do very well in overseas markets. We just turned up. Domestic market is booming. I'm not talking about post-COVID. I'm talking pre-COVID. But we grew in size by like 8 times simply because of that one positive piece of regulation. And my point here is that is what good regulation does. It facilitates growth. And that's where we are coming from here. And with that, I'd just like to open the floor because there's this whole brief we have, but really I think I would let Winsley, Adam, Megha, Avinash, I'm sorry I'm taking the names in the way they appear on my screen, take it from there and mention where they come from on the value chain and what their approach is to the whole issue of and is it about OTT versus linear, or is it just regulation per se and what it should be doing for this industry? Vin, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. Afternoon, and thank you, Vanitha, for the introduction, especially about my 9 dogs. I've got people trying to keep silent, but chances are they may bark at any point in time. But Vanitha, you kind of hit the nail on the head. I've been across every piece in the value chain, whether news broadcasting, entertainment, hits, DTH platform, and now of course cable and hits. And you made the very valid point. About is it OTT versus linear, or is it just regulation on its own per se? See, I think the biggest challenge that we're facing today as an industry is that technology is racing, is way ahead of the curve versus regulations. Regulations are not able to keep pace with technology. So, you've had linear television move to OTT, you've had television move to streaming, you've had linear television move to mobile and connected devices, but regulations have not been able to keep pace with the changes in technology. And that, I think, is the fundamental basis where someone like me coming from a linear background, our sense is we don't want new technologies like streaming or OTT or any of the newer technologies. We don't want regulations necessary to be pulled down to the level at which we are at. We're saying quite the opposite. We're saying there is a benchmark that is set. There is a new millennial, there is a new generation next who consumes content in all way, manner or form, who does not want to see regulations beyond what they already have today. And we're saying that's fine. We're saying please look at the linear industry and figure out, is there a way to now up the regulation parameter, or as yesterday, in fact, the MIT's secretary made a very good point about light touch regulatory regime. We're saying that light touch regulatory regime, which probably applies to the digital framework, if I may call it, or the digital platforms, I think needs to be applied also to the linear platforms so that it becomes, you consume data, you're watching news today on television, you step out of the house, it doesn't mean you're no longer connected to news. I mean, you'll go into an ABP, app on your mobile phone, or you'll go and watch Discovery content on your tablet when you're anywhere. So all we're saying is that, I'm probably ahead of myself here, but I think what we're looking at is regulation. I think needs to be pretty much at parity across all platforms, but it does not need to be brought down.
I'm going to come back to you because as a distribution company, I think your entire outlook might be different, because if as a distribution company, you can be held responsible for content, a whole lot of those issues. Adam, I'm going to come to you, and I'd like you to just tell this audience that what it is that Oxmote does, and then get into, where it is that you, in Canada and in the markets that you operate in, where it is that regulation is as far as digital goes.
Adam is on mute. Yeah.
That would have been more interesting if I spoke that way to everybody. my computer skills. So Oxmote is a DRM company, digital rights management. We primarily help people protect their IP from theft in the digital world. And our clients are Hollywood studios and distributors globally. We do reside in Canada, but we have clients in India and China, all over the world, 254 regions, basically. For us, we manage a very large portfolio of content, and we work with Google and YouTube and Facebook and a lot of digital platforms. I believe, I've been doing this for a long time. I initially started as a YouTuber type company. We worked with YouTube personalities, and we pivoted towards different type of storytellers, Hollywood and company. And the reason we pivoted towards there is we felt that when we joined YouTube, say 2010, we believed the current business model was going to change online. We believe broadcasters, stuff like Amazon Video Prime hadn't started. Netflix was just ramping up. Hulu, Roku, Disney Plus, none of that had started. But we thought it was going to go that way, and we made a great call by moving in that direction. But I can really tell you, I believe that regulation is needed. In my day, we've seen things come and go a lot. One day Vine was big, and then it wasn't big. At one particular point, YouTube could have been the Napster of video. It could have, unfortunately, it could have infringed on every piece of content, audio and video globally. But they came up with good policy and regulation that appeased content creators to help them make revenue off their content in an AVOD business model. AVOD is advertising video on demand as opposed to subscription based. And I do believe more regulation online is needed. It's still a bit of a wild, wild west. There are a lot of platforms out there that we don't currently work on, but don't have a way to protect the IP from theft, be it audio or video. And these types of platforms, unfortunately, aren't there protecting the IP holder, the content creator, him, her, or that corporation. I'm a big believer that smarter people than Oxmote are going to get together and come up with good regulation that helps the IP holder. It's not just about what we do today, it's about 2025, 2030. We see the amount of people coming online during this pandemic. The numbers are perplexing to us. We have such a large portfolio of content. We do billions of views a month. We don't even know, a lot of these bigger companies have been throttled. They're 720. So in a year or two, when we get the numbers from this pandemic, I personally, more people are going to be going online. Smart TVs with digital streams coming directly into their TVs, and these devices are changing everything about distribution. And I think protecting the IP holder, the content creator, I definitely think it needs to be regulated more globally. And there's going to be a lot more platforms coming up in the future we don't even know about. And some platforms will go away. That's just the way it is. If you've been doing this long as I have, you've seen them come and go. And we hope there's going to be a bunch of new competitors because it makes for educated audiences when people understand what we do. So that's kind of the stance of Oxmode in our forward thinking about. I think regulation is good.
Okay.
I do believe it has to be communicated well, though.
I'll come back to you on that because I think your perspective is different from what some of us here think. But Megha, first you from the discovery perspective and broadcast perspective.
Thanks, Vanita, and good afternoon to everybody who's listening in. Well, let's first, this is a transformation for the industry, and evolution of new ways of content consumptions and engagement are happening across the world. When you look at the Indian M&E industry, and we are in the early transformation, which is where technology is going to play a huge role in being a catalyst. Now, these changing consumer patterns are not only disrupting the business, Vanita, but have been now around for decades. And the rule of doing business are being rewritten. And that's a fact because this is how our whole industry is evolving. In all of this, while that was happening, the pandemic hit the industry. And that completely changed the conversations for all of us. But at this stage, I also want to compliment our in the sector, broadcasting sector, because we ensured that there's seamless services even during these pandemic time to keep people engaged during this.
Yeah, I think that was fantastic.
It was.
The screens were on, nothing went blank.
Nothing went blank. People where news was there, entertainment really was commendable. There. So I think it's commendable as an industry.
I think the sector should take a bow for that one. Really,
I totally
all
agree.
DTH, cable, broadcast, all of them, OTT, all of them. Really,
absolutely.
Fantastic.
But it has further aggravated the situation of how the revenue has got impacted in these times, right? And it's been never like this before, and it's a first time for everybody. And speak on behalf of the industry. I think the whole industry is reeling under the impact of revenue, and the immediate pandemic impact. The disruption is so fast that the M&E industry 5 years down the line, globally as well in India, will be very different from what it is today, and those are the conversations we're having today. And sector hence is in a dire need of a support from regulator if it has to actualize the potential in the country. Yeah. And I'm making this very basic point here, Vanita, that M&E is a creative sector, not a commodity-based one. Okay, there needs to be an incentive actually for the players to pump in the millions of dollars, which we are doing to keep our consumers entertained. And this is a fact which I think as an industry, we all have been speaking about, and we need the support from the regulator on that. We are in India, I think we're probably the most regulated and broadcasting sectors in the world. We have some examples of the international broadcasting sectors, and India by far is the most regulated. And if we need to invest heavily in creating high quality and differentiated content for our consumers, we need to be given that ecosystem and environment so that we are able to deliver that. But unlike any other industry, the regulation does not permit the broadcasters and the owners of the content to frankly do that, because the MRP of our products are so regulated. Anything we do, whether we want to offer discounts to consumers, we are unable to do that. We are such a heavily regulated sector. Even to do some basic change in our organizations, we have to take permissions. So I think there is a need for a light touch policy in the country, which we have been talking about also in the past. And to me, that is a clear sort of request and recommendation to make this industry grow in the coming years.
Interesting. Light touch seems to be like the theme. Huh? Mr. Khare said it for us yesterday.
Yes.
And to a lot of the audience, you must know that even to change a brand name or a channel name or a logo, a broadcaster requires the ministry's permission. I mean, and there has been pricing regulation in television since 2004. And in a market where there are like 4 different technologies offering TV signals, so I mean, it just doesn't make sense. But anyway, we'll move on and I'll come back to that, Megha. Avinash, would you join us, please? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, those who are listening, taking the pain of listening to us as to what we think about regulation. See, the regulation and the industry has to coexist together to grow. Anywhere in the world, the regulator's job is to create a level playing field and to grow overall the industry. Unfortunately, in India, because it's a country of complain and ban, everybody wants to say what you are running in the content. Everybody has a say.
Yeah.
The largest department today, if you go to any news channel, is a department which deals with the complaint. Because we have created a self-regulatory body, News Broadcasters Standard Association, we receive a complaint, we say, no, we did not mean that. On an average, a news channel has to follow regulation of Cable and Satellite Regulation Act, which Government of India has given license to us on basis of that. We have to follow all Indian laws. Apart from that, Advertising Standard Council of India, Copyright Act, SC/ST Act, Protection of Children from the Sexual Offence Act, ASCI guidelines, Code of Ethics, etc., etc. Apart from that, you have to continuously make sure that your directors, your logo, and everything is duly approved time to time from the ministry. So when minister talks about light touch regulation and the secretary talks about light touch regulation, I would like to see what are they doing, what my colleague just pointed out, to have a creative freedom for people. If you don't like a channel or don't like a content, today, thanks to Government of India, that you have got 300 channels to watch. Change the channel. Why to complain? If you don't like a content, don't watch it. If you don't like a book, don't read it. But entire focus today is to regulate what you air on the channel. And everybody has a voice of it other than the journalists who are actually today risking their life and going out and reporting.
Perfect.
And hence, when the whole game is changing from the linear, what Winsley rightly pointed out, that we had a linear TV at one point of time, which moved to digital, satellite, and now through mobile and OTT. The regulation is not up to date. For example, I'll give you, during the Pulwama attack, unfortunately, our soldier was captured by enemy country. And there was a violence, which was captured on video by enemy country, and it was propagated through WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, everywhere. While as a responsible broadcaster, we were not airing it because it could have other ramification. But everybody in this country was already watching it. And then INB minister said that I know that it's already, everybody knows it, everybody has seen it. But as a broadcaster who is a licensed operator has to follow certain code of ethics, which does not apply to players who are unlicensed. Now, all over the world, the regulatory environment and the technology are at a different pace. You can never catch it. The technology is the solution. Allow people to follow, anybody who does business in India, to follow the basic criminal code, criminal penal code and the law of the land. And then see that how a news channel, a channel like Discovery, which produced meaningful content, entertainment content, as you rightly pointed out, was keeping people, insane, in senses during the COVID lockdown time, allow people to do their creative work within that freedom of expression. There are enough laws in India, and make sure that the industry or the business grow. All of us suffered during COVID. Our advertising revenue was down in the first month itself by 70% on average, if I can talk about the industry. News channels were down by over 50, 60%. Nothing has changed for us. We have to pay the same salaries. You have to keep people employed.
Yeah.
You have to run our businesses. So regulator has actually not helped us in keeping our business alive. But
regulation to deal with the COVID situation is different from regulation which helps deal with the changes this industry is facing or the transformation it is facing. And I think because of COVID, I think a whole lot of these questions have come to the bubble to the surface much more than they would have earlier. You know, one of the things in India is that we look at regulation always from a content perspective. From Prism is always content, Avinash. So you're right, you know, whether it is creative, where is the creative freedom? And whether it's news channels which are allowed to do the journalism, good quality journalism, or whether it is television stations or OTT platforms which are allowed to produce the content that they want to. Why is that the focus of the Prism? I mean, it's ratings, it is what is telecast on news channel and how many bad words or how much nudity was used. I mean, these are the only things I see everybody get excited about. Why are these issues, has the industry represented to regulators on what it should be that, I mean, for example, NTO, the new tariff order, NTO in its second version makes no sense to me, but I don't know where the industry is on this. Have you talked to TRAI? Where are we on this? And before we get into this, Avinash, Megha, Adam and Winsley, I'd also like to tell the audience that if you have questions, please start posting them because I would like to ask them during the session instead of keeping 5 minutes aside, etc. for that. Yeah. So please start posting your questions. Yeah. Please.
I will tell you one thing about the regulation on the cable sector. While the regulator feels that it is doing in the interest of the consumer, there are coercive mechanisms which are adopted by everyone and many people, which is called the landing page, which is absolutely opposite to what the regulator is saying, that it is in the I protect the consumer interest. It's not in consumer interest when you are forcing somebody to watch a channel for 40 seconds, 1 minute, the moment somebody switches on the channel. But
but then you're asking the regulator to change that, again invites the regulator into micromanaging the sector, which is a big problem with this industry, because the moment one lobby doesn't like something, the thing. But my broader question is, okay, let me put it this way. If there were 3 things the regulator should be looking at today, given what has happened, NTO 1, 2, everything, and COVID, what would it be? Win, Megha, Avinash. And Adam, I want you to come from, I'll ask you, I have 2 specific questions to you. I'm going to come to you. Win, first. Win, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there are 3 things, and I'll rattle off all 3 things because I'm quite, they've been my 3 stuck record things for a while now, right? The first is making sure that when we talk about level playing field, everyone says, you know, what is level playing field, parity? I'm saying, again, and I opened up with it, I'm saying don't, you know, straitjacket all the new technologies with regulations that apply to linear. Instead, allow linear to also grow to that level. And I'll give you a reason of why I'm bringing that up. So I'll try to encapsulate it. A lot of content on OTT has been defined and classified, Vanitha, as edgy, right? The language that you said, etc. But the point is, it becomes a little odd when you're sitting at home, you're watching a movie you're watching, let's take an example. You're watching Game of Thrones on a linear television, okay, on a linear channel. That's the edited version with all the edits put in. Your daughter or your son is in the next room watching Game of Thrones on an OTT platform in terms of the uncensored language version. How does that make any kind of business parity? So I think but at the same time, you've got technology to be able to put in the appropriate parental controls.
Okay, so right? one is, you know,
raising the bar in terms of linear. That is first.
Okay, one.
Second, I think the regulator needs, and the regulator has initiated this. Again, I'm very happy that the regulator and the MIB initiated the entire concept of infrastructure sharing. That is very, very important for the industry to survive and grow. Megha spoke about the industry. You started, you know, Vanitha, about the industry in terms of creating jobs, etc. One great thing for the industry to survive and grow is infrastructure sharing. There is a consultation paper that is out. There's a fantastic recommendations paper that's come out. I think it's time now, especially with the backcloth of COVID-19, for the MIB to now notify the infrastructure sharing document, because I think that is absolutely
fair enough. So, and what's the third?
The third thing I think boils down to, again, in terms of the laws for different segments. You started with, there are 4 different platforms. There's cable, hits, satellite, DTH, there's also OTT. I think, again, allowing each one to grow within its own framework and allowing self-censorship, okay, the light touch regime. I think it is not a critical, how do I put it? It's not a deal breaker, but I think it's something, again, we've been talking about. What do I mean by that? I mean things like right of way, right, for laying fiber. You just mentioned, Vanitha, and let me tell you, what a fantastic thing. 1,200 staff of ours, 35,000 cable operators and their staff, throughout COVID-19 have kept television in your home alive, right? 35,000 cable operators and 1,200 staff, I'm talking about from our company alone, have kept it through, alive. We have lost 3 cable operators, okay, to COVID-19, right? Our staff are taking all precautions. Why? Because they ensure that people stay at home and they ensure the fiber to your home is connected. They ensure you're getting television at home. They ensure that this call is happening. And the point is, I think they need to be given the right that if a fiber breaks somewhere, if a fiber gets cut, the amount of hoops that they've got to go through, I think that industry...
So that comes back to the question of infrastructure, right. Facilitating...
Yeah, but that's infrastructure sharing. I'm talking about here infrastructure laws itself, which facilitate the growth of the sector, as Megha also pointed out. So I think infrastructure sharing is one thing, infrastructure facilitation, and then as I mentioned, the parity of play, right?
Okay, yeah. Okay. Adam, I want to ask you here, when you say you need regulation, you're also coming from the IP and the content perspective, correct? And especially piracy, because that's one big issue with all your clients.
Adam, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
I'm much better on mute. Again, I normally the running theme. So most of our clients, it is a theme that, piracy globally is just a massive industry. It's worth more than actually the paid part. But I do come from the perspective of regulation in protecting the IP holders. Whoever creates content needs, this conversation, I hear many different themes of this conversation. But one of the things, I've noticed in my time in the digital world is no matter what happens and how much we hate it, you use the example of your kids in the other room. That's the thinking we have to be thinking about for the next 5 to 10 years. A lot of the stuff that I work on a day-to-day about, we built some software and we help our clients, is what's coming next. Unfortunately, COVID has sped things up in our world. If Amazon didn't hurt your company before COVID, it sure did hurt it while COVID's on. It has destroyed businesses and I look at a lot of G8, G20 countries where we do a lot of work, and it is, digital distribution of products and content itself, audio or video, is killing companies. It is just moving so quick.
What is the regulatory approach in these countries? For example, in Canada, in the US, what have you found about it?
It's different in different countries, as well as in the EU and in India. The EU has an umbrella, privacy law now. Google itself has been self-regulating and going above and beyond what regulations in Europe or India or US, Canada have been doing. The people who created Google, the founders of Google, even though they just left the company this year, but until this year, they always went one step farther. Some people liked it, some people didn't like it, but at least they were taking a chance by regulating and creating guidelines. From our side, from a business perspective, especially a lot of times I speak from a revenue perspective. If we don't get the guidelines, it's going to be the Wild West and we're going to lose, because because corporations that create content need revenue to make more content, to supply the audience, the kids, with what we hope they want to see, and some educational or some content that we build just because it is for the kids. We want the guidelines. We want to be notified. We want to be on the, we want regulation in that sense.
That's interesting. We're coming from a different perspective. Megha, have I lost you? I'm only seeing your picture.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think.
What are your 3 things on your wish list? 3 things which you think going forward are imperative if this industry has to first come back to normal and then fulfill its promise of generating jobs and taxes?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wish it was that simple to just put some 3 things and things will happen. I think we should just get in a bit of perspective. I mentioned about the light touch policy, right? Let me also give you an example of what I mean by light touch policy. When you look at, and you were talking about international examples, look at countries like Netherlands, USA, and UK. Okay, they all are following adopted a light touch regulatory approach, and which has helped promote competition and growth of the industry. None of these countries have had regulation governing fixing pricing or discounting of the channels in general. And these broadcasters have a larger freedom to negotiate contracts with operators for the sale or the channel packages, and these are very evolved economies and evolved industries in these countries. In fact, to take the Netherlands example forward, there are no regulations which mandates that when a la carte package or subscription package in these countries have to be implemented. In fact, a few years ago, there was a debate which did take place in Netherlands, and there was a sort of a poll which was conducted by the consumers, right? And where they were given an option that would they be preferring a la carte versus packages, and 98% of them voted for a bundle option. Right? Because there was benefit in choosing those for them as well. There was more choice for them. And they have through these years realized the importance of light touch approach to inspire that confidence in the industry and to grow competition in the sector. So unfortunately, we are very restrictive on that. Here we are saying this is how you should package it, this is how you should price it. There is no control the broadcaster has. And how do you
scrap pricing control and take out all the bundling limitations and a la carte limitations in NTO? I think NTO needs to change drastically if things have to move forward as far as this.
And to add to that, Vanita, I mean, look at the world we are living in. Who can, you have to create policies when you're in such restrictive policies when you know what is probably going to be the future. You don't know what's going to be. How do you create these policies which are so rigid and let the market forces decide, know what people want to pay for and how much they want to pay for. Let
what
them
I find
decide.
Amazing, I so agree, Megha. What I find amazing is about half the things viewed on OTT, for example, which everybody goes on bleating about, is linear television content.
Exactly.
So that same content is madly regulated when it's aired on linear.
Absolutely.
But it's perfectly fine when it goes on to it. I mean, I find that ridiculous. So what is the incentive for the broadcaster to keep that linear structure in place? Of course, there's a lot of growth in India. Linear is still growing like crazily, so it's a good place. Sorry,
still, there are 100+ million homes without television today. So linear is going to stay in this country. It's not going to go away,
absolutely.
Right? So how do you create an environment and an ecosystem to let them flourish? You can't restrict it so much, right?
Correct. And okay, I'd love to engage more with you on this, because this is like, I find this very upsetting at some levels. But Avinash, I need to get you in, and if there's a wishes you want to share, and then we are getting questions here, so I'd like to start with some of those also.
Okay.
Three things. Can you?
So quickly, I'll tell you. Okay. Yeah. First of all, I would refer to what Uday said yesterday, that it is a current regulatory environment has made it almost impossible for us to sell a pay channel. And that's why there is an over dependence for advertising sales for any company to run their businesses, which is completely lopsided as we look at and what Megha rightly pointed out, that if you start regulating prices on what we sell channel at, it's like it's not a food subsidy stamp. That people are necessarily need to watch a particular channel only in certain, I mean, you cannot bundle the product. I mean, you don't do it for any other industry. Why are you doing it for television? So I think the first thing
unnecessary channels. They have used the word unnecessary channels, not important channels. They've
Who
used those
decides?
words.
Who decides what's unnecessary?
Exactly. Sorry, Avinash.
Yeah. So I'm saying that, the first of all, the government, my belief is that the government should not interfere in the businesses. Everybody should follow the law of the land. But if you start doing micromanagement of the sector,
Absolutely.
What rate you should sell your channel at, who you should reach to, what kind of content you should run, what you should be aware of, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you can't, there are now laws being framed where arbitrarily a director clearance from the Home Ministry could be cancelled. I mean, and we have opposed that. We have given our suggestion to the government that this is, if the government wants to move towards a light touch, then this is a problem. Second thing, what I am looking at is that the regulator should help linear television by deregulating it instead of focusing on regulating the OTT content.
Correct.
As Winsler rightly pointed out that, instead of regulating OTT, please deregulate this so that there is a balance. There is a, our children are watching Netflix and Amazon Prime or Hotstar. What they are watching is created by the creative people, while what we are watching is determined by the regulators. It's not a level playing field.
And by advertisers.
And we are huge. We offer huge employment opportunities. So it's a sector which is going to get disturbed. Third is that for the news broadcaster,
correct.
Please stop complaining.
That you have to tell your viewers.
The government has to help us, because if half the time we are dealing with a complaint.
I think
apart from that, if you give me opportunity, I would like to ask a few questions, if I may. That what do you think, to you, Vanita? What do you think the TRAI as a regulator has been able to do to help the industry during the COVID time?
Honestly, I've not looked at what they've done during the COVID time.
Because I not find one.
But I don't think, I think the TRAI, I don't know if you were there, I was there when the TRAI became the broadcast regulator in 2003, 2004. It did bring some sense of order to what was a Wild West. What Adam is saying, that we need regulation. The Indian television industry was, and Winsley, I think, was there, Megha was there. We were a bit of the Wild West, and it brought order. Having said that, I think the first big, if I may use the word mistake, was, and on part of the industry and on part of the regulator, was setting the precedent with price regulation in 2004. The moment you did that, you have handed a huge micromanagement tool to the regulator, who's not letting it go. In spite of all evidence to the contrary, he or she is not letting it go. Adam, it's very funny. You are talking about regulation in the online space, and I completely agree. You need some sense of order there, and here we are choking because everything is being decided for us. But then I think part of it is a country specific thing. That's how broadcast regulation has operated in this. My question, before I go on to this question, from very interesting question has come in, or maybe I'll ask my question later. Let's ask this question. With the ban of Chinese apps, do you think there is an opportunity for Indian companies to capitalize? It's a question from one Mr. Ganpati, who I don't know who he is, but he's asked this question. Any of the broadcasters or anybody would like to take this on?
I could sort of attempt.
Yeah.
Well, I think there are two different things. There are, yes, there is an opportunity to get the Indian players, seeing an opportunity in this space as well. But I think this is a larger issue which needs to get probably addressed. I don't know whether banning apps like this is going to really achieve the objective which has been set out there. But one is hearing certain rumblings of certain other competitive Indian originated apps which are taking that particular space, but the difference is so high. So I don't know whether there is something which can be overnight a success, and it's an opportunity definitely, but the quality of content and the quality of product is the key here. The reason a certain product from that market has done well is not just because it is made in China, but it sort of made it,
and it met a need.
It in the quality and service it brought to the table. So if there is a product can match that, why not?
Avinash, Winsley, Adam, if you would like to weigh in on this.
Vanitha, see, the absence of a particular product does not necessarily mean that a better product by the indigenous people can come out on its own. There are strategic reasons which Government of India banned these Chinese apps. I'm not getting into that, but fundamentally, I believe that a free market is always the best place for entrepreneurs and innovators to create best products. I have so since the issue is about the digital and the television regulation, I would like to come back to you, Vanitha, on this. If you look at it, the Government of India said that you are an essential service. Winsley, Megha, and I, who work in an industry, work in essential service. Okay, and these essential services were shut down. People died. People got infected with COVID. Their entire family got infected. We are still struggling for people's infection. People have lost jobs. What did the regulator do? On the other hand, you are saying they implement this regulation in B2B through price control and etc. and all that. What it has led to, that small network like ours, okay, cannot go pay. When you cannot charge for your content, it has started degrading the quality of the content.
Absolutely, but that's been the nature of the business for the last 16, 17 years.
Ways and means in which it can help us create better product, reach to large number of people, and charge a price which market forces should determine.
So facilitative is a facilitative role is what
is not a food stamp.
When you want to
created by entrepreneurs.
No, I think Megha's point and even Avinash's point on the app is quite clear. It's not easy to kind of, develop something overnight to a certain international level, right? These all have come out of the business plan, etc. But having said that, Vanitha, I think the situation, whether it's political or otherwise, I think it always gives rise to the potential of an entrepreneur being able to do something that could actually end up with a string of benefits which earlier probably were not there, right?
You can get your Weibo or your Baidu or your Tencent or whatever it is, the equivalent that China has.
Yeah. And I certainly think seeing the level and quality of technology across the country that we have, and developers, fantastic young developers across the country, I'm sure that there will be that opportunity. But whether it's going to be grabbed with both hands and how long it will take to do so, as Avinash said, it's not just an overnight thing that can happen.
Adam, one of the things I wanted to ask you, especially because YouTube is the largest OTT in India. I mean, they're at whatever 280 or 290 million, I think, uniques. And then there is, of course, MX and Hotstar and all the others. Many of these companies, whether it's a Facebook or a Google, they have they're building, or Amazon, and these are three good examples. They're building their own ecosystems, So the content is coming in. It's not a closed ecosystem; it's an open ecosystem. But there is an ecosystem. So now it's whether it's commerce, whether it's payment, whether it's watching video, whether it's chatting with friends. So there's an entire ecosystem being built. Is the way you look at companies like these, and the way you look at linear or traditional broadcasters who may or may not have a digital play. So a Star or a Disney or a Discovery have very strong digital plays, but they are not doing the same things, let's say a Facebook or a Google are doing. How do you look at them differently? I mean, from a regulatory.
From both regulation and global distribution, I don't know what the roadmap is in the future. I just, as as growth with our company, and we have to make strategic calls on working with certain platforms, and we have to understand what's going on globally from every country in the world, not just by population of viewers, but you know, from a regulation point of view, we as a company have to make sure the companies we choose to work with, you know, have moral standards and stuff like that. And governments and global governments, they help suggest what those regulations are. I agree, some of the new stuff, it's for us, it's hard to prioritize who we should be working with, because we do have a large amount of content we work with. But we try and, you know, a lot of the linear stuff, we work with a lot of people who still do very well with traditional distribution, but we see it's being strained, right? Their government's not supporting him. I actually, you know, you just recently were mentioning is they were strained for health reasons and had no support, but are fully regulated. And that has impacted what they're about to create in 2021 and 2022. Everything is going to be slowed down for content creation because of governments. That's not a good thing. But we've seen Netflix, you know, and Amazon Video Prime, they picked up billions and billions of views in the last 6 months. And Disney Plus has launched. A lot of these things might not work in the future. I don't know. Companies like Spotify are now doing video, just announced a couple weeks ago. Netflix, in my opinion, should do audio. They're doing video, do audio, converge. Or Netflix and Spotify should be one company. These companies are global. And the example of your child watching it in another room and seeing a completely different show, but the same show with zero regulation because it's digital, is happening globally. And we have a front row seat to this. We have a lot of insights because we run a lot of content that we can see from different genres, and a massive shift is happening. And, you know, regulation is being treated because of this.
Okay. I'm getting questions in. Sorry, Avinash, I know you have a very valid point there on what the regulator did during COVID, and honestly, I have no idea what they did. So if it's a stupid answer, but there it is. There's a question from a lady called Sonia. She says, "Do you realize that?" There is a question which was very good to Adam. Adam, do you feel end-to-end encryption on platforms like Telegram is a challenge for any regulation to tackle piracy? If so, privacy standards such as end-to-end encryption be diluted by regulation, because then the issue then is that pirates would move to another more secure platform which enables encrypted file transfer.
In my day, I do believe it's a problem, as well as ad blockers for AVOD platforms. Globally, you know, if you divide the world into you know, some countries that have more money that spend $5 on a coffee, and some countries that live off $5 in a day, that we know that AVOD is going to be more popular there. People are not going to pay $9.99 a month for Netflix. It's just not going to happen. But I've been around long enough to see these platforms come and go when it comes to piracy. And I do agree, encryption and privacy, people will always share with peer-to-peer content. But globally, it is such a small percentage because bandwidth is a big issue. In India, you guys have 480p. Globally, it's been throttled due to COVID because of all the usage, where YouTube's at 720, and it's available in 4K and 8K, but nobody can see it currently because of the throttling that's going on. But end-to-end sharing and piracy, it's not going to stop. It's been around since I was a kid, and it's going to be around for a long, long time in the future. But they don't last. They jump from platform to platform. I've seen it so many times. We get asked that similar question every time I do guest speaking or a panel. Everybody talks about LimeWire 20 years ago and whatever is going to happen 10 years from now. It changes fast. It's a massive shift, except the carriers can block it now, and regulation is helping that. So the block of those apps is not happening by the host, it's happening by the carrier, by regulation.
Okay, that's interesting. There's a question from John of Evia, who's a legal mind, who's a real brain on legal stuff. He says if the next chairman of TRAI were someone with real industry experience instead of an administrative officer, a senior admin, would it be helpful? Is there any hope for ever breaking the bureaucracy's hold on regulatory bodies? The three Indians on my panel, if I may use the term loosely.
Yeah, I think to some extent, yes. I mean, maybe there is a benefit in having somebody who understands the industry and its challenges, because one size does not fit all in this space. And in as much as an administrative mindset is always good to have from theoretically, but when you're involved in a particular industry, you've got to understand the industry issues as well. It's not a procurement business wherein you just buy in bulk. There is each channel, each organization, publisher, broadcaster has its own set of issues. So to know that is definitely going to be one of the benefits, I would say.
But who well the cat is the where do you start by getting a non-bureaucrat to become head of TRAI? So I don't know. Avinash, when you have any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, actually, go on, Avinash.
Sorry, Vinsler, go ahead. Go ahead, Vinsler.
Okay, thanks, Avinash. See, I think the question, the way the TRAI was structured, if you recall, was basically, as the name suggests, telecom. Right? I mean, the entire focus was telecoms, correctly so, because that is a huge industry. Broadcasting, I think, comes in with its own set of challenges,
absolutely,
which is completely divergent, Vanitha, to telecoms. I'll give you a simple thing, right? In telecoms, you don't necessarily have, Adam spoke about it, Megha spoke about it, and even Avinash. You don't necessarily have piracy. Now, I'll tell you, piracy in broadcasting can be as so simple as someone in a far-flung area in India taking a set-top box, downing a feed via DTH, and then redistributing that channel to all his, everyone there in Little Hamlet. Now, that is as divergent in terms of an understanding of
absolutely. That came in a crisis. I think the cash crisis was happening. Right? In fact, the whole pricing mindset comes from telecom.
So I think that would really, to the challenges we're facing, piracy, I think is it's killing the industry. Security, as Adam pointed out, I think, so I kind of.
I'll quickly make my point. See, the bureaucrats and the government, they speak two different things when they are in opposition or not on their seat, and when they occupy that seat, there is a different voice at all. There is somewhere problem in the system, and hence putting industry experts within the panel, etc. I do not know what Vinsler rightly pointed out. The way it is structured is an issue. People are very intelligent, informed, and educated. They are the best administrator in the country, if I can tell you. But when they occupy that seat, the way it is structured, they get into areas which they should not. The telecom regulatory, as Vinsler rightly pointed out, was designed to regulate the telecom industry. Look at the telecom industry regulation and look at the regulation in the broadcast industry. Every single regulation in the broadcast industry has ended in litigations. While in the telecom industry, it has not. Okay, it has been smoothly accepted, and everybody in the telecom TRAI also accepts it. Why it is like that in the broadcast sector, everything is litigated? Because of what Vinsler rightly pointed out. The issues are very different.
The industry is different.
These are far more. And the creative mindset, which requires to protect the copyright, has never been addressed. The freedom of expression has never been addressed, and that's where the problem is.
Okay, great. There's one question here. Do you realize when we say interactive TV, it means user participation? How do you think of truly regulating interactivity in an omni-channel world? Adam, I think you're smiling, which means you have something up your sleeve.
Well, we've been talking about interactive TV for a while in the digital world, where people can purchase merchandise via the channel, via whatever content he or she is watching, from my nice, beautiful shirt here to anything you want. You just push a button. How it's going to be regulated is a completely different conversation, and that's going to take a lot of smart people, probably a lot of time to get that one right, because the impact is huge for consumers in merchandise, in revenue streams. And there's going to be a lot of mistakes and a lot of fraudulent kind of stuff that will happen. Any type of new tech, it needs to be iterated very fast. It moves so quick in this world that as soon as you're eligible for some sort of brand new interaction via video, the fraud comes with it just as quick, unfortunately. And we have the potential to regulate quick, but we move slow for some reason. And then we complain and talk a lot, but the change is happening in front of our eyes, that I believe that it needs to move quicker, especially when it comes to, we call that transactional video on demand, TVOD. And those types of transactions that we're seeing people experiment with right now.
That's what many of these guys with the big ecosystem, the Googles, the Facebooks, the Amazons of the world. Amazon, of course, was built on transaction. That's what they're building. You don't know. And in India, we've seen Zomato, Flipkart. I mean, you see so many of them building a video ecosystem because so whether it's media supporting a transaction business or transaction supporting the media business, the blend is happening in many, many businesses across the world.
Agreed.
There's one question. Can we have, okay, I've been told we can stretch it to another five minutes or more. Can we have a better and more effective civil society controlled non-governmental regulator? This is from S. Biju of Asianet News. I must add here that for many years, I have advocated a not controlled by government, independent media regulator for India. Just like we have SEBI, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, or the IRDA, we need an independent regulator which is independent of the government to look at media as an industry. And because what you do in television could have an impact in OTT. What you do in newspapers could have. So things are interlinked. There are companies which have all these businesses. That things are interlinked to a great extent, and to have an overarching. But I'd like your take on this question. A better and more effective civil society control, I'm not sure how good that or bad that might be, non-governmental regulator.
So
I'm a huge proponent.
Yeah, sorry. Adam, you were saying something?
I'm a very big proponent of it. I believe there has to be non-government body. I'm really big. I have a big opinion on that, because everybody has
an agenda.
Potential to be, their subconscious, even if they don't believe it, is affected. And non-government should have a seat at the table, if not more than one seat at the table, which will help. I personally believe it'll increase the potential for a fairer playing field for both sides, the corporations and the government. That's the way I feel. I've always been, being an entrepreneur, I guess you're an optimist, and you believe they'll do the right thing until it happens, and then you wish they would have consulted, the other half, the non-regulatory bodies who maybe are not funding certain decisions, in my opinion.
Yeah, sorry, Avinash, you wanted to say something, and anybody else?
No, I completely bang on. What you said is absolutely, that is what we should look forward to. Meanwhile, we are doing this through the BCCC and BSA, regulating both the content of the different genres. Yeah.
When Megha, you are on a non-governmental, independent of the government regulator.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's how we've all been saying that as well, that, either you have somebody who understands the strategy, or take them out completely and don't mix the two agendas, and let it be independently regulated space, and have the industry experts to be part of that body. I mean, it's a simple logical thing. Like if any, as we run our businesses, when you're making decisions of what kind of content to be made, you talk to you don't talk to the finance head who may not understand creativity, and vice versa. So you talk to the experts who know their space, and that's how this body should be comprised of. Ideally without having any pressure of any kind, independently, purely for the benefit of the industry, to grow the industry. Of course, regulation is important, but it doesn't have to be a wild west setup as well. But
Correct.
it needs to be run by people who know what part of the industry. That's how simple it is, actually.
Totally. And I think there are enough models that are available around the world. I mean, you look at Ofcom. I mean, one of my favorites is Ofcom. I'm not sure now these days Ofcom is also Adam his expression is saying something. I don't know whether he has an opinion on Ofcom, but there's Ofcom, there's FCC. So there are a lot of models. When you wanted to say something before?
I kind of have a slightly different viewpoint here, and it comes from the fact that I've worked in every segment of this industry, right? Content, distribution, delivery, everything. I think there is a need for a strong regulator, right? Mm-hmm. Because whatever we may want to believe or say, Vanitha, I have experienced it, and very often you do need someone who can deal with the industry in a firm hand. However, having said that, I think what you all are, what we are talking about is that there is nothing wrong with expanding that panel to include experts from the industry, right? Because a hybrid model, see, for example, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, it's a very progressive approach because they focus specifically on information and broadcasting. I think the same thing from a regulator perspective. If you're able to have a broadcast or broadcast cable and satellite BCAS kind of council, which has a healthy mix of people, either represented from the industry, people who understand the lay of the land. I think that's even better because you still need to bring about legislation. You still need to be able to push, because as Adam mentioned, there are still parts of the segment, Vanitha, and I've experienced them personally. There are still parts of the industry which are akin to the Wild West even today.
Yeah, they must be. They must be.
And I think that is where the support of a regulator that has
a platform. There's a huge opportunity for government here and us.
Correct. Absolutely.
This time will never come back. Absolutely. We must act. We must deregulate, and we must make enough incentive for the content players to create world-class content. We can become a world leader in content creation.
Absolutely.
In fact,
Deregulate, lighter touch. Yeah, sorry,
Vanitha, just adding to Avi's point that, this is the time to rethink, reimagine. Yeah. I mean,
well said.
This is about, maybe then, the universe has given us this opportunity to revisit the way we have been doing. Pandemic has created this huge challenge for our industry. But maybe this is where a new revised version of industry and the regulator can come on to board, because let's forget what has happened. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's look for the future. Let's see how we can make this business and our industry a more robust industry so that we continue to entertain wonderful.
Absolutely. On that note, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. You've been a wonderful panel. I've learned. And I hope Adam didn't get bored totally out of his skull on the because there's too much of India talk happening. But you're the odd man out on this one, Adam. So, all right. Thank you so much. Thanks. I'm getting hectic notes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
It
you.
was a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
It was very invigorating as well. I'm sure people learned a lot. We discussed a whole lot of topics, a whole lot of issues as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We now break for lunch. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock and see you at 3 for the next session. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the afternoon session of day 2 of the eFrames FICCI 2020. We will start the afternoon session in about 15 minutes' time with the topic Video Games, the Road Beyond the Lockdown, moderated by Mr. Manish Agarwal, the CEO of Nazara Technologies. Please don't go anywhere. Stay here. We'll be right back. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the afternoon session of day 2 of the eFrames FICCI 2020. We start with video games, The Road Beyond the Lockdown. To tell us more, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Manish Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer of Nazara Technologies. Manish, the panel is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. This is a FICCI Frames gaming session, and I think I have got really great ensemble of people here. Gaming of late, last 4 months, I have really got so many calls about people interested in gaming. I've been in gaming for last over a decade, and the excitement around gaming is really high. Everybody who has not thought about gaming, I think, is not thinking about gaming. And whether it's the investors who think this is the new gold rush. So when we were looking at creating the schedule for these sessions, we said that let's kind of bring in people who are at the thick of the action, who are really seeing that massive amount of upsurge which has happened in the gaming in India. And my fellow panelists have been really kind enough to spare time to kind of really do that. A brief introduction about myself. I'm CEO for Nazara. We are one of the oldest, largest gaming company. Personally, I've spent more than a decade in gaming. Have gone through a variety of roles, from running a gaming studio, building a freemium model, to working with ecosystem, investing in ecosystem, and have seen it. A lot of pepper you see on the beard and the hair has come in last decade. And yeah, that's what it is. A lot of youngsters, they say very kindly, you are a veteran, which means they say, "Budha ho gaye ho." So you've grown old in the system. So that's what they mean. And so they are very kind enough on that. So without much ado, I would like to just open it up to my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we can get on to the discussion. Vikash, let's start with you.
Hello everyone, I'm Vikas Jaiswal, creator of massive hit mobile game Ludo King, and I'm founder and CEO of Gameshun Technologies. I want to share here a quote which I read a while back. Find what you love to do, and then find someone to pay you for what you love doing.
Good.
So I'm just doing that and feel blessed. I'm here because games people play. Because at Gameshun Technologies, we are about games people play. I was highly passionate of gaming, so one thing led to another, and now it's been 15 years in gaming. That's about me.
Good. Any order, Sharan, then we can move to Dave and Sam.
Thanks, Manish. Hi, everybody. I'm Sharan Tulsiani. I'm with Google Play, and I lead the games business development for India, Australia, and New Zealand now. I've been in the gaming industry for a very long time. I think upwards of 15 years. I've been working. I narrowly missed a career in finance to test out this interesting industry called the video game industry about 17, 18 years ago, and I've been hooked ever since. I've been in startups. I've been in the MMORPG space, the console space. I was at Xbox for a while, and now I help define and lead game developer and consumer strategy when it comes to certain aspects of gaming in India, Australia, and New Zealand.
Thank you, Sharan. Sam?
Sam Carlisle. I originally started out as a games artist and worked a lot in India. Spent several years at Sumo, and at the Sumo, they have an India art division. I was there at the founding of that. And so I spent time working as an artist there and helping to manage that team, and then moved into external development, which meant working with external partners, not in India, but around the world. I helped develop that side for Sumo India and for Sumo Digital, and then moved on to Xbox, where I help our studios, first-party studios, so the studios that we own. I help all those titles with their external partners across disciplines. I spend my time learning the market, working with production teams, and understanding how better we can work together as external partners.
Respect, Sam, for the artist. I was always amazed with the output which those fingers can produce. Huge respect. Yeah.
I don't know if I can call myself an artist anymore unless doing shading inside Excel documents counts as art.
Dave, over to
Absolutely does. Hi guys, I'm Dave Sanderson. I am the External Development Manager at Phoenix Labs, which is a games developer based out of Vancouver in Canada. I started my career in the film industry, spent about a decade on the development side there before moving into games. I'm a bit of an unusual character in this space where I began my career on the service provider side. So I actually did biz dev for a company that specialized in trailers and cinematics for a number of years before moving over to Phoenix Labs, where I handle sort of two pieces. One would be the sort of the strategic partnership side of business development, and the other is just straight external development. So our relationships with various service providers and sort of connecting our games team with external teams to help them achieve their goals. Basically, we want to make the greatness of our game not be limited by capacity, only by our imagination.
Lovely. Capability and capacity go hand in hand. Good, guys. Thank you very much. Really, really exciting. As I said, not just India, globally, we have seen a huge uptick in gaming. And there are two questions which really come for everybody. One is, what's the upsurge? And we have Sharan and we have Vikas. They can really shed a lot of light on the whole surge which India market has seen. And a lot of our listeners or people who are attending this would be interested. And then I would like to have a discussion on how permanent is this upsurge? Is it transient or is it going to be permanent? Right? Vikash, since you are the really, you crossed, congratulations on 500 million downloads, which is like really a milestone to savor and cherish for everyone in the ecosystem, not just Game Mission. Congratulations to you and your whole team.
Thank you. Yet we have not crossed the 500 million, but we have crossed 475 million. Very soon we will.
Yeah.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah. Oh, that's really small numbers, right? So Vikash, over to you. How has been last 4 months, and what kind of? I think I would like to, more than numbers, want to focus on the underlying consumer behavior. What have you seen changing? I think that is important for a lot of people to really understand and appreciate. Numbers are numbers, and numbers we can all eat, breathe, sleep. But it's the insights from the consumers is what is important, and that's more permanent.
Yeah. So definitely during the pandemic, the gaming industry has seen a boom and a sudden surge in the number of users and the overall session time spent by these users on daily basis during the lockdown. And this has translated into huge positive growth for our overall gaming business too. One of our game, Ludo King, is played by most Indians during this lockdown. I must say on this platform, the day has come. Indian developed game Ludo King is ruling the top charts on mobile game stores since last 3 years. I want to put some statistics of Ludo King during the lockdown. Our daily players increased from 15 million to 51 million. That is 1.5 crore to 5.1 crore on daily. That is a 3x traffic surge. Average play time changed from 35 minutes to 49 minutes, and revenue grown to 2.5x and higher. This is indeed a proud moment for Indians. We Indians are playing our own game. Specialists who once claimed that gaming was bad are now saying that gaming is an effective way to manage mental health during this lockdown. All of this has definitely led to growth of the gaming industry. That will be all from my side.
Sharan, I would like to ask you, obviously the numbers for people who want to consume numbers, but more importantly, as I said, what are the consumer behaviors you are seeing?
No, that's those are interesting numbers. Give me 1 point. Sorry, I think my daughter was knocking on the door, so my wife just knocked in to say to ignore that. But I think the numbers, while it's difficult to divulge too much, clearly as you can take what Mr. Vikas shared with growth trends with regards to not just Indian games, but games that have behavior that is fairly easy to adopt and simpler learning curves. And what we've seen in terms of behavioral change makes me suspect that the lockdown has introduced a lot more people to gaming, but also introduced gaming within homes as families. And that's something that I can derive from looking at the way board games where you sort of single device multiplayer has the numbers have jumped rapidly, right? And this is for a great extent without, and some developers that I've spoken to, which I manage, have achieved this without any significant increase in user acquisition spends. So clearly there is a clear shift in behavior, and you could then derive from that there's a shift in perception of games, right? Once you're locked into a house with a finite number of people for a unknown infinite time, at least that's what it feels like right now. Certain methods of entertainment that were considered that had, especially in India, right, certain terminologies attached to it. This is good, this is bad, go out and play, it's good, don't spend time on your phone, it's bad, things like that. When you are limited with what you can do, I think people have shown that they made a choice to drift towards mobile games. So at least that's what we can assume from the numbers that we see. But that's also affected users across all tiers, right? So you have the clearly what I would call new user behavior, right? And we did a market research a few months ago, which we released. This was just pre-COVID. We did surveys and we reached out to well over 2,500 gamers in India. And they clearly showed certain indications that this behavioral change would happen. One of the things we found was that 46% people who were surveyed, gamers, who had not paid as yet, indicated that they were interested in paying were they to see the right set of circumstances come together in terms of value proposition, in terms of form of payment, in terms of a few other things, depending on what it is that they individually thought was an issue. What we believe we've seen, especially the last few months, a couple of things happened, right? Even pre-COVID on Google Play, we introduced UPI, which is the one of the most popular forms of digital payment in India, and hence one of the most popular forms of payment. That combined with what we see with COVID, I suspect has also made spending in game easier for a lot of people. Right? And once you make spending easier, once you get past the initial barrier, which I suspect is what the whole lockdown contributed at, we're likely to see more and more spend, and which is why Mr. Vikas mentioned that he's seen a spike in user spending on a fairly linear game like Ludo, right? Multiplayer but that's broadly where I'm seeing interesting areas of consumer trend uplift.
So from a perspective, do you see, and the follow-up question which I said for both of you, do you see this behavior of from a no gamer to a casual gamer playing more often? Is that going to continue as we move in next 6 months, 8 months, 9 months? Is it going to, or is it going to go back to India saying that go outside and play and spend less screen time and that whole family thing of playing a Ludo or any other game coming together? Is it going to sustain? Is it a deep habit formed, or is it just a majburi which has happened and which has led to this spike? Vikas.
That or Mr. Vikas first.
Yeah, Manish, I think it's definitely going to change, especially when things start to go back to normal. However, I don't believe that they will go back to exactly how it was before COVID. But there is going to be a new normal. A lot of people have been introduced to gaming during this lockdown, either by friends or family. People who never considered gaming were now hooked on on playing games. I believe that once the lockdown ends, they won't just give up on gaming. Some might, some might may not be able to play as often, but an entire new crowd has introduced to new behaviors and habits, which might not be easy to break.
Sharan?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the most interesting thing is I used to love watching TV with my family, right? Television shows, Doordarshan and all of that. I remember people saying, I remember when we moved into television, right? And we had one channel in India, and most of us remember those days. I had a relative who worked on a new TV channel that was coming up. The concept was unheard of. What would you do with more content? Was the question. What would people do with more TV channels? They're already spending all their time in one form of entertainment. And obviously now we can't think of living life any other way. But I love watching television with family even today. And then OTT came about. And I think there is no question that even that behavior, which was less than 15 years old in India, has shifted drastically again. And we don't question whether OTT, watching videos on your apps, Netflix, Hotstar, etc., will ever go away. Once you get a taste of something that is content that is clearly interesting by virtue of itself, right? You may not spend as much time on it post the lockdown, but you're definitely going to find a place in your life where you put it in, right? And that's what I suspect is going to happen.
So I think for me, the message is gaming has brought families together. And I think that is really kind of a very big thing for us as an industry, very nascent industry, very, very, very young industry. And if we can play that role, because OTT is always all about your own profiles and individual choices and individual recommendations, while the multiplayer games being played together has really kind of had an opposite effect. So with that, Sam, I will kind of move to you. You heard that India is going through a rapid uptake in gaming. You have spent copious amount of time in India in building games and studios and capabilities. What do you think is the ecosystem ready to build a AAA title around Indian theme?
Yes, more or less. So I spent most of my career in the AAA space, so the console AAA game space. And obviously the larger amount of most successful games in India are mobile based. So really my perspective is coming from, is India ready to create console? Does it have the market penetration of consoles and PCs themselves to be able to do it? On the PC side, yes. On the console side, less so. Yeah, but in terms of skill base, we get a huge amount, and David will be saying here, we get a huge amount of our art content and our animation content from India. And in terms of the levels of quality that they hit, they are comparable with everyone else. They can absolutely hit the AAA quality. The areas that lag behind have been around engineering and code, but we've seen a big uptick in small indie developers popping up in India, and that scene actually coalescing into something that is a bit more that is more of an ecosystem and something that can support itself. Very Unity based, but very strong. So those engineering parts, we're now seeing the gaps are starting to fill. The missing skill sets are starting to come together. So I think it is a matter of time before you actually have your full India development scene. Again, coming from a console and PC rather than a mobile perspective. I suspect the mobile side of the market is far more mature already than the console is. But yes, those aspects are certainly there.
Dave, your
Building on
views on
what
this?
Yeah, I was going to say, building on what Sam has said, it's interesting to me to hear the Indian market being spoken of as a young one. So the idea of games being relatively earlier on its maturity for gaming. My experience of the Indian market is much more on the service provider side, which from an external development point of view is very mature. In terms of AAA developers or Western developers looking for highly skilled artists in particular, but engineers as well, coming out of India, there are really well-established companies, really well-established pools of expertise. So the ability to produce extremely high-quality games inside India is already extant. Like everybody that you need to do it is already there. So I think there's a really interesting point of time right now where you've got a body of players who are catching up with the level of quality that that the teams that you have available to you can produce. So I think you're likely to see an explosion in the quality of games that are being put out, especially now since perhaps the appetite for them is growing. I also think one of the things that's spoken to in terms of maturity of players, the increase in raw numbers is a big deal. That's just having more Indians playing games is a really important step. But one of the things that that we're paying much more close attention to is less raw numbers than it is highly qualified users. So it's much more important to us to have a small number of people who really care about the game, who play a large amount, who bring their friends in, who spend money there. So like a smaller volume of highly enfranchised players is much more valuable than a giant volume of people that you can keep churning them through. So you can keep spending money on user acquisition. You can bring people in, but if there's lots of holes in the bathtub, it's not going to hold any water. So it's much more, we care very specifically about things like retention and player churn than we do just on raw numbers of bringing people in. And I think there's some really interesting developments to take place within the Indian market there as well.
So Dave, a question for you. You heard Sharan talking about numbers, both in terms of quantity. You heard him talking about some green shoots and an uptick on people willing to pay, and intention to purchase is even higher. What would you really look at if you were to take a decision to really open a game studio in India for India, an Indian IP?
The first thing I would tell you is don't ask me to open an Indian studio for Indians. That I am the last person that is qualified to make that decision. But in terms of the place that I don't in my role as an external development manager, if there are holes in what we're trying to do, places that I don't currently look to India for is game design. Now that could be my own ignorance. That could be that I just don't know who the really excellent Indian game devs are. But if somebody tells me they need amazing artwork or amazing models or an increasingly great engineers, people who really get the back end of the game, 100% we should be talking to really well-trained teams in India who can deliver at an extremely high standard. But if somebody's going to say to me, look, we need a new game mode, we need to break up a whole new piece of this where we have a single player game that needs a multiplayer component, go find an Indian studio who can do that at a AAA level. I don't currently know that exists. So either there's a gap in my research, a gap in India's marketing, or it doesn't exist. And I'm totally open to any of those things being true, but in my position as somebody who comes to India looking for expertise, I don't currently come there for devs. I absolutely come there for basically everything else that you need. And that may be where that hole is for, especially, an Indian-based team working with, Indian IPs. Like maybe there are phenomenal devs, but I don't know about it.
Sure.
I know Sam could probably speak to that too.
So Sam, I was coming to you. Microsoft, such large presence. I'm ex-Microsoft myself, and India has been some of the largest market or on the last frontier, if I may say, which you want to kind of uncover. And given the last 5-6 years where you've got first-party studios, do you think you would like to take a bet on making an Indian IPs and have an Indian studio?
I just can't say. I'm afraid I'm not in a position to say. Anything I would.
What if you were in a decision to say? What would you do?
Because very similar to David, I work with suppliers rather than full developers. So I don't know. I mean, absolutely everything is possible, and also I think one of the things that may open India up a little bit more from our side, again, looking at the console side, is looking at the way that we've changed, how we're changing how we play games. So one of the upticks, or one of the consequences, I think, from the pandemic, is that when the numbers come back down, as we start to come out of pandemic, we're going to come out of pandemic into a recession. And the value that video games have traditionally been quite recession-proof because they're actually very good value for money. You get many hours of play out of a small financial outlay. As we shift into things like, for us, the Game Pass, where we have subscription-based games and subscription-based service that we're looking at 100+ games for $10 a month, it also means that there is more room to maybe take a few more risks. And the drivers for financing them, the drivers for monetizing them are slightly different than they would be from a traditional selling of a box product.
Sure.
So I think there's more room there. There may well even be more room to tailor towards specific regions as well. We'll have to see. If you look at Netflix isn't the same in India as it is in the UK, isn't the same in Brazil as it is in Germany. There are differences, there are culturalizations there. And that may act as a driver in the long term to opening up new areas such as India, and maybe being a little bit more culturally tailored to those areas. Because again, I believe that as the recession hits, things like Game Pass will become very good value for money.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming back to Sharan, you do developer ecosystem evangelism, and Vikash, you are the developer, and you heard Sam and Dave talk about a possible design skill set gap. If you were to kind of really answer my question, that is the time right for us to really create a great MOBA around, let's say, Gangs of Wasseypur kind of an IP in gaming, right? Or one were to create a Mahabharata, like a Clash of Clans. What do you think is, Vikash, you would need to augment in your studio? And Sharan, in your experience, what do you think is lacking from somebody to really move forward with such ideas now, since the domestic market seems to be large enough to take those risks? Vikash, let's start with you. आप म्यूट पे हैं.
Yeah, sorry. So your question is regarding Mahabharat.
My question is regarding Gameation. Will Gameation really take those large funds, given that you have seen the most phenomenal success, and you said that Indian game, and now if you were to really move towards creating MOBA kind of games on Indian IPs or Indian mythologically IPs, take them into gaming, would you like to do it? If yes, if no, why not? If yes, what are the things which you're going to really add on?
You said a large fund. Manish?
Large fund nahi. I said that agar aapko karna hai, so what are the challenges and opportunities aapko dikh rahi hain in creating large games, high quality, high AAA games, which you need to do?
Yeah, so I think during this lockdown, we have learned regarding these time AAA games, as you said, or social gaming. We will mainly focus on social games, multiplayer, online multiplayer games. And yes, we are working on it. And in fact, we have 3-4 games. Those are in pipeline, and we are working on it. And Gemshan Technology or myself always want to create or make those
studios in India. And I'm speaking again from the mobile space, and that's the area I currently operate in. But like the other panelists said, you can find great talent across the board to create AAA components in India. And I think a lot of that work has been being done the last 15 years in our country, really. But when it comes to the core, which in my opinion is gameplay, game design, right? So game design, game mechanics, and then on top of that, to build a really successful game that would make a large IP like Mahabharata or an Indian IP successful, we would also need a really smart monetization layer for India to be built. There is a level of design thinking, and analytics and science, right, for gaming that is still, I think, in its early days in India. It's not like it doesn't exist. It's like the talent that does exist and is doing well in that space is in such demand that they're already, being pulled into multiple directions. But that's an area where if a studio were to take a punt, I don't think the right way to look at it, in my opinion, is one studio take a punt, rather that a bunch of studios try to identify IPs that would appeal to Indian audiences across the board, maybe localized IPs or neutral IPs, and then try different variations. But each variation will have to have great game design. And the challenge will be to find enough solid game designers to not replicate an international model, but find some aspect of gameplay that resonates better with Indian audiences than international gameplay. Right? Now, where I've seen it work really well is some international companies that have worked in markets that are similar to China, like similar to India, like China, for example, where there are some aspects of us culturally that seems to, click maybe in the way we like to spend or don't like to spend, right? That seems to have done well with games like PUBG. But fundamentally, if you need big funds to be made, then you need to have a reasonable idea whether the investment would pay out. And for that, you need to have great monetization design. And for that, you need to have game design. That's the way I see the industry.
So Sam and Dave, clearly we seem to have an issue of the supply pool of the game design talent, and we are very young in terms of creating games or for our own product design. We have very few product companies, a lot of mature history of servicing companies, and all gaming product companies will have essential core as game design. How has US or Canada looked at solving the supply pool? What kind of courses, skills, programs which are available for the local ecosystem to really kind of get a method of a degree or a graduation or ecosystem partnership? Because that's something has been very important from a FICCI point of view of skilling, and how do we really create more ecosystem support to plug this gap and accelerate it rather than let it happen through its own process of discovery and each company trying to figure out and keep chipping at it. So there is something for us to learn from the ecosystem which has already been created, and how can we borrow from there? Sam?
I can speak to you how we've seen it done in other countries, and it tends to have to come from the top. So the most successful strategies for dealing with this in countries tend to have to come from governmental organizations. If you look at Southeast Asia, and now Brazil is in a very similar position, there are powerful funded central government agencies that are encouraging the education sector, that are playing a part in being outward facing with the developers that are there and promoting them and pushing them outwards. And then inward facing and bringing in talent. So if we look at somewhere like, for example, Malaysia, where they actively encourage Western developers to come in and work with them to fill the gaps and give them experience in the areas where they don't have experience. They also work very heavily with the education sector in encouraging the kind of courses that are needed to be able to do that. there is quite a bit of, one of the most interesting ones I saw, and it's almost a terrible thing to say, but you've got to waste some money. You've got to waste some money. You've got to blow some money. And you've got to make a bunch of mistakes before it kind of emerges, because it's a creative industry, and design is creative. You've got to have that kind of layer of freedom and chaos, the primordial kind of pool you need to be able to start to bring this kind of talent forward. I remember in Spain, speaking to them. In Spain, they literally threw money at the problem. They gave free grants. The government gave free grants to developers that you didn't have to pay back, safe in the knowledge that they were never going to get them back. And there was a lot of failure. But if you now look at what's happening in Spain and the companies that are moving into Spain and the developers that are starting to emerge from Spain, as one of the, I think it was somebody at the university, when the university lecturer said, we need to fail.
Yeah.
And then once we've failed, we'll learn how to succeed. So that first wave, although nothing may have come out of it, what actually did come out of it was a bunch of people who got burnt, and a bunch of people who learned from their failures and learned from their mistakes, and those started the wave of designers and people given the freedom to take the risks to get there. So I don't know what strategy works, but what I have seen says you need government support. You need to be able to be prepared to take risks, fail, get back up, and on the second or third wave, your industry and your talent should start to emerge, and that's where you build. That's what I've seen elsewhere.
Sam, do you like to teach? Because you're really, really beautiful words. Do you teach somewhere? Or are you a professor in your organization?
I was a very poor student. I have no education to speak of whatsoever.
It's beautiful words. Really, really nice. That you need to have some kind of freedom and chaos before you really kind of emerge something positive can emerge. Dave, sorry, over to you.
No, Sam's absolutely correct. Both that his words are beautiful and that I agree that there has to be room to fail, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we should be sort of esteeming failure. And I want to clarify something that I said earlier that is relevant at this point. I don't think that, to my knowledge, and again, this is pure just to my knowledge, there is AAA development expertise in like a deep way within India. However, that does not at all mean there are not AAA level, absolutely ass-kicking, amazing Indian devs. There's lots of them. They just don't live in India because anybody who really desperately wants to work on the sort of the AAA tier of gaming, that job opportunity doesn't exist in certain markets of the world. Right, and so then there's a reason why people congregate in California or in the West Coast, or in where there are giant Microsoft studios, because the people who want to do those things are drawn to the places where it can be done. And to what Sam was saying earlier about sort of governmental support, of the ability to bring people back and say, like, if I have a dream of the kind of studio that I want to run, and I know there's an opportunity for me to do that. In India, there's sort of like there's the opportunity to go and start a studio and to inspire people and to build that talent up. Also, coming out of that sort of order and chaos side of things, there has to be the enough time for the people who were inspired to grow up and then get those skills. So I mean, we are like Super Mario Brothers came out the year I was born, or Donkey Kong came out the year I was born. So we're pushing 40 years deep into North American video game markets, whereas somebody who played a game thought that was really exciting. When I was a kid, it captured my imagination, and then I grew up, and then I figured out that I could actually do this for a living, and then I got that expertise, and now I actually do it. Like there's a long runway there where there's got to be those really super exciting Indian games, and maybe that's what's happening right now, is that lockdown is people are getting a chance to try out games and can see Indian games being made in India are fantastic. And then that inspires them to go then do it. But they need some time to grow up and get some money and get some expertise and grow those studios. So it's not an overnight solution. And but I do think it'll happen quickly, because if somebody does decide they want to make a AAA game in India, like with an Indian studio, Lord knows the content is there. They're going to have some amazing looking games, and they're built by some incredibly talented people, because the bench is there. It's literally just the studios are not at the AAA level. Again, yeah. I'm so conscious of saying something grotesquely ignorant because of my narrow focus. I do not want to suggest that there isn't phenomenal game developers in India. I'm just saying that it seems like there's a space to mature on the AAA side. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. To your point, and I think it's such an important point. The kids who are playing games now, I am seeing in my own house, my younger one is learning online coding, and her favorite thing is to create games. And that's what she's doing. And because the thoughts and ideas and concepts are all coming from the variety of games she has played. She must have sampled at least some 40, 50 games in the last 100 days. And her mind is buzzing with the different ideas, and which she's very eager to implement that into small games and coding. But you're absolutely right. You fire the imagination, you enable that imagination to be channelized, and there you go. So that's what really happened. Just one thing which I wanted to kind of bring it back to Sam, you and Dave. Has COVID really brought a lot of efficiencies in your production, the way your game productions happen? Has it really kind of changed things, made it more efficient? And is there something new, technological innovations which have happened, which have really crashed the whole thing? I'm ignorant on that, and hence I would love to learn personally along with my audience.
So speaking from our side, short answer, no. There's not been necessarily, it's not been an efficiency thing, because making video games is a creative enterprise, and there is inherent advantage in having creatives in a room and having coders in a room problem solving. If you're not creative, you're problem solving. And there is an advantage in that. Now, I live and work in the external development world, and I passionately believe in it. So what I think has happened is that disciplines that we didn't think we could do outside of the office, we've now learned we can. There are two areas, so as I say, we can now leverage further experience. The other thing is that there's now empathy. So one of the challenges that Dave will have had as well is that when you're working with people in external teams, there can be a lack of understanding about how to work with them and the challenges of working with them, whether that is in feedback loops, whether that is in how they are part of the group and how they are part of the product and understanding the process. Now that everybody has that empathy, everybody has worked remotely. Everybody knows what it feels like. So everybody understands the challenge. And so I think that alone will lead us down some interesting paths and open up some new ways of working and hopefully some new creative solutions to what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's the advantage.
Yeah.
Everything that Sam has said, I agree with. The only thing I would add is that because effectively everybody is remote working now, the communication is an even playing field. And so we've seen documentation of knowledge become much better, because as soon as you've lost the ability to just walk by somebody's desk and have a quick little side conversation, and the separate meeting that happens at the real meeting that happens after the meeting that everybody was in, that has gone away. And so now it's all on Slack, or it's all in those meetings in the room. And so by having everybody be remote, some things are absolutely lost, but at least it's all equal. And that has that's been a really striking change. I've noticed is just
this situation, hopefully the next few months.
Yeah, I think our ecosystem is amazing, from being a factory for hyper casual games. And I'm very happy that Crazy Labs has just partnered with two of my favorites in the industry. And that could really spur their own success can be now emulated by many, many, many developers. And that will usher in huge amount of confidence. Because when you see that there is an acceptance and then you see a domestic market and you see readiness for somebody giving you little money to take risk. And I think that's the lovely cocktail, because the talent and passion was there. Now, if there is a slightly more runway for you to do it. Vikash, over to you. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, the Indian government has recently launched an initiative to boost creation of apps and tech in India. And this is certainly a step in right direction as compared to US and other countries. India has one of the largest skill shortage, and this is especially true in gaming.
Yeah, and
There
gaming
are
is one of the gaming
yeah,
is one of the thing. Out of those eight things, government has identified gaming as one of the thing.
only few proper gaming courses available in the market, especially those in the uh, connect with industry and company needs. There are some courses available that teach certain programs. However, few that focuses on gaming as a whole. In US and Canada, they have bachelor and master level courses focusing on game development and game design. I would simply urge the Indian government to look into this sector. The gaming industry is big and would be a super huge in coming years.
Yeah, I think it is all of us becoming big, and a lot of global companies coming to India and opening large studios, because it's directly function of I can create skills, where will they get employed? Entrepreneur is a pyramid. So if you have a mass employment capability, I think that goes hand in hand. So while government and private have to come together, both from a skilling and employability, both point of view. So I think we have run out of time, and guys, really enjoyed this conversation. If there's any last thoughts, otherwise we can wrap up this session.
I would just say perhaps the legacy of COVID for gaming in India is going to be the launching of 1,000 new great games. People have been exposed to that this is something they can do, and I look forward to seeing what happens.
Amen to that.
Amen to that. Before, if you're a game developer and you're watching this cast right now, you want some easy, quick resources. We at Google have put together a Play Academy that you can find online. Search for Play Academy. A lot of great resources on gaming specifically, on how to launch your game, how to build your game, and best practices. I hope that while we might not have bachelor's degrees in gaming in India, we definitely have these online resources that can help you boost the skills that you already have.
And if you don't understand, I'll give you Sharan's home address and phone number. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you to the panel. Thank you very much. That was wonderful. We really look forward to the gaming industry becoming bigger than what it is, and India spearheading the gaming industry. Yeah. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the next session in 5 minutes' time. Please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third session of the day, Attribution at the Forefront of Conversation. To tell us more, I would like to introduce the moderator, Mr. Ashish Perani, Partner, Media and Entertainment, Ernst & Young. He will introduce the panel and tell you and take you through the entire session. Mr. Ashish, the platform is all yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody to this session of FICCI eFrames. With me, I have three wonderful people. I have Tushar, who's President Growth and Transformation Group M South Asia, and he's someone who's been responsible to build Group M's capabilities around digital data and analytics. So welcome, Tushar, to this session. We have Som, who's a serial entrepreneur, also an author and filmmaker. But right now he's here in his capacity as founder and CEO of the Home Screen Network, a company behind the live expert consultation platform Spark.live. And of course, we have one of the nicest human beings in the media and entertainment industry, 35 years of experience and counting, touch wood, experience with media, brands, advertising, Sunil Lulla, current CEO.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. And without further ado, I think we've got a very interesting discussion today on attribution and the need for attribution in the new world, especially post-COVID. To set the tone, Tushar, can I request you to take a couple of minutes and just describe attribution and how it's been evolving over the last year or so?
Yeah, thanks, Ashish. And I'll briefly cover some of the point which we sort of have been deliberating. And you know, it's not like a new problem. It's been always said half the advertising gets wasted, but you don't know which half is getting wasted, right? So it's a problem which keeps resurfacing in a new avatar, even in a digital era. And maybe one of the reason is basically complexity associated with some of this area, right? So for example, consumer journey. So it's getting complex in terms of number of touch point. And it's not only now sort of offline touch point of traditional touch media, but it's a multiple across digital and traditional media, which is making it complex. There are silos in terms of wall-guarded environment, even within the digital environment. There are issues like brand safety, ad fraud, all these also keep cropping up now and then. To add to that, many market doesn't have a sort of common measurement across various channel of medium, right? So that's also adding to that. And what you collect in the entire process is sort of tons and tons of data, which is making even more complex sometimes to sort of analyze and do something meaningful. So it's you're maybe sort of get under a pile of data, but you don't know what to do with that. So I think those are some of the sort of basic problem maybe industry is facing, and many companies are in a different stages of maturity, depending on where they are, what kind of business and what kind of data set they are sitting on it, right? So and I'm just going to talk about some of the jargon, but like, for example, like a single touch attribution, basically giving a one channel the entire benefit to all the way going up to doing a more predictive analysis and a multi-touch kind of modeling, right? So there's a spectrum of philosophies exist, spectrum of technology exists to do that. And if one need to go basically broadly, there are, you can say, three components which exist. The organization need to have a strong data practice and approach to data and how business and data is getting linked. Need to have a right tool and tech stack to sort of deal with sort of business KPIs and connecting it to data. And finally, like any other thing, right talent and sort of resources to connect it. So if you have three of these together, then maybe there's a good starting point. And always the business requirement is starting point, and then data comes, not the data first and then you start measuring, right? So I think that should be the right sequence to go about that. I guess this give a brief sort of context, and just passing back to you, Ashish, to take it forward.
Thanks for that. I think it's very important that, you know, we know half our ad spends are wasted, but we don't know which half. And in this COVID situation, I think that sentence becomes doubly important. I think, you know, even when we looked at last year's, you know, in this year's FICCI report, which released in March, you know, we saw that in 2019, even before COVID hit, advertising grew by 4,000 crores, but 3,700 out of those 4,000 crores actually was advertising on digital and new media. And the growth in traditional media was just 300 crores out of 4,000 crores. Now, given COVID-19, okay, and let's start with you, Sunil, on this. You know, do you think this trend of attribution being more important, that ROI coming into play, Is it going to be more important or less important? And do you think it's here to stay?
See, I don't think ROI has ever been less important. And, it's not about less or more. I think what we have now is perhaps better measurability than the 10 years back, right? As a time scale. Yeah. We are still not where a marketer has a unified independent measure. Like on television, there is an independent measure, right? On digital, there are many providers of the digital service, and there are equally that many number of measures over there, right? And you would take what you think is appropriate and use that as your guidance. There used to be a conversation of digital versus television, like there were two enemies competing with each other, which is not true. It's the consumer who's drifting from one screen to the other. And I'll use the COVID narrative since you raised it up, right? What did we see in week 12 of the year? We saw a steep rise in television consumption, right? We saw steep rise in certain categories like news, kids, movies. And at that point of time in April, because there was no shootings going on, all the original programming faded off, right? It kind of muted away and people are watching repeats. And what became number one? Doordarshan, right? You never thought it would be the number one network in the country after 1986, right? So and it's not that digital muted off, digital grew parallelly. And we were tracking both and we were seeing that were both TV and digital. And a consumer behavior was that because the screen in the house was locked to whatever the household was watching at that point of time, one person of the home or more than one person of the home started watching something else on a device, right? It could be their phone, which is probably the most common device, right? It could also be an alternate news channel. We have evidence of that. I'm watching news channel A in the house. Somebody else in my house is watching news channel B. We saw the uptake of a lot of digital content on digital platforms, right? So you saw subscriptions go up. You saw the content play over there go up. Advertising, of course, didn't play out because at this point of time, we had the worst and the lowest base of advertising, given no supply chain, given the state of the economy. And what is brought into focus, if I look at today, 8th of July, what do people think? They think TV is important, which is why in the month of June, it's the same volume of seconds as it was in January. The price points may be different, which is economics, but it's identical 119 million seconds, right? So it's come back in a way of speaking. TV is good for building brands. It's good for targeting the entire family. And there is more sophistication that is happening now, and we can talk about it during the course of today. It's good for that. And digital is really good for sharp targeting. It's also very good when you do both the associations, if you try and build that. And obviously, if you have a commerce play, which is e-commerce enabled, then digital plays a powerful role in leading you from the viewing of the commercial to the purchase pattern, right? Yeah. The attribution phenomenon, I think perhaps the safest place to play it out right now is a panel is the best phenomenon, because many of them are behind walled gardens. Many of them have got, no technology interface. So A cannot talk to B. I can't measure Facebook. I can't measure Google as an example, right? But if we have a panel, the panel is able to give us an insight over there. If it's a unified panel, it will give us insight into TV and digital simultaneously. Yeah. We are the early part of this game, in my view. But the interesting part, what COVID has done is accelerated everybody's learning, and it's accelerated everybody's point of view on where we should go. So I think it will be a function of both. You'll have to build a brand, you'll have to build the experience. This is not to say that any other medium is not important, but obviously print and radio took a much bigger hit, and cinema, of course, is shut at this point of time. So you've got to take what you have. But I guess when the economy opens up fully and everything is firing, and if the supply chains are working, we should see all of these mediums working in better partnership. That to me can be the big outcome of this period.
Very true. I like that point about partnerships, because I personally feel that there is, we work with some advertisers, and we've seen some of them, significantly cut their spends on a particular medium to favor, digital on the other side, because that seems to be a flavor in some minds today on the CMO side. But do you think, and coming to you, Tushar, because you work with so many of these advertisers, really, do you really feel that this is going to accelerate the shift towards digital? What's happened with COVID?
The answer, it's a simple answer is of course yes, basically. And again, so advertisers are going to follow where the consumers are going, right? And as you would have also noticed during the COVID time, there was a sort of surge in a sort of consumption on a digital. Of course, the TV also gone up, but there was a significant surge in a digital consumption. In a way, it's a sort of building entire connected environment, right? So what we call is like a connected consumer environment where you are linking consumer to commerce, and there is a sort of linkage with the outcomes. So I think that's it's a highly comforting factor when it comes to sort of linkage with the commerce for most of the advertisers, and there's a proof of the pudding which is available.
Yeah, and I think the proof of the pudding is where I really want a little more to say that, even traditional media has always been struggling a little, in that sense to show that ROI. Measurement is there, but, because of digital, I think advertisers want more. Are they doing stuff around that right now, Tushar? Do you see more of that?
Yeah. So that's the point I was coming to, right? And digital and the entire data ecosystem which got created thanks to digital is playing the role of catalyst, right? So they were tested a new level of basically measurement, new level of accountability, which is possible with the media. And the entire focus has shifted more from what we call like a output to outcome kind of thing, right? Most conversation used to be a reach and frequency conversation, which is now moving to a different level. And the conversation right now is what is going to do to my business, what is going to do to my brand, right? So those becoming a more of a lead and lag indicator in terms of going all the way to a business impact. So that's a change which is digital is bringing, and that's in a way also resulting into that kind of accountability from the other media also. The third thing which is the third thing which is happening is the spotlight is becoming more on the consumer, right? So the media has always been like a format or a placement driven kind of thing, right? You spend money on TV, you spend money on print, you spend on a front page. Now the center point is becoming more audience, and how do I chase the audience irrespective of where they are, right? So that's an audience planning kind of principle which is coming. So that's the third change which is coming.
Yeah, no, very, very true what you're saying. And so I think continuing from there, how do you see this whole, the advertiser demand changing during this time?
So what we noticed is that, we were, from our standpoint, helping a lot of companies actually advertise on digital media prior to COVID, right? But the question started coming up on commerce side of things. So what we did was that we started noticing that there was a shift from, just pure impression-based kind of, attribution towards like moving towards commerce and fulfillment, revenue generation. And revenue is the central conversation now that we notice right now. Anybody we speak to, we work with thousands of very, very small businesses across the country right now. And almost all of them talk about revenue as the central factor, and all marketing spends geared towards revenue generation. So this funnel from content to commerce is something that we feel that will become more and more central to the conversation of how advertising ROI is measured over time.
So in effect, what I'm hearing is whether it's a large advertiser or an SME or a small advertiser, I think the conversation is moving, as you said, Tushar, more from output to outcome. What's the actual outcome in terms of revenues that we're seeing, and therefore attribution plays just such a big role in the new world. So moving to digital attribution, and there's always been this thinking around that more data does not necessarily mean better attribution. So how accurate is digital attribution today, and what are some of the problems that are there which need to get addressed before this becomes really, really usable and accurate? Open.
Yeah, should I go first?
Go ahead. Yeah, anybody.
Okay. Yeah. So I think one of the challenge is sort of walled garden, and I think the first part of discussion we spoke about that, right? So many of the digital environment are silos. So there is a Facebook, there is a Google, there is Amazon, there is Apple. So all these are basically ecosystem by itself, and the data remains within that. And to add to that, also there is regulatory constraint also which is coming, which also put some amount of pressure. Yeah. So that's a one dimension which is playing out, and you need an ecosystem which can rise above and help connect consumer. And that's where we see a couple of trends, and I would like to especially call out two trends. One is the focus on building a first-party data ecosystem. When I say first-party, is basically brands, their own consumer, or companies, their own consumer database, right? First party data ecosystem and knowing consumer in a depth from their perspective. The second interesting trend which is coming is more like a neutral environment, and term which is used as a data clean room. So there are basically technology which can cut across those multiple silos and help you sort of combine that. So there are sort of two sort of development which will be interesting to watch out.
But in addition to that, I think some of the other things we're seeing more on the negative side, and maybe Som, you can talk about this, kind of cookie stuffing, organic stealing, all of that kind of stuff that we're actually seeing. How rampant is this, and where is this really headed? How is it going to impact the digital ecosystem per se?
So it is quite rampant actually, and like you have rightly mentioned, this kind of destroys the faith that the advertiser has on the platform, right? So increasingly, what is happening is that the platforms are also becoming more and more stringent to ensure that the violations are not done, or any fraud is not done, right? The other additional complexity into this whole equation is the fact that new platforms are coming. So, if you look at like now ShareChat, for example, is one of these platforms that has become very big in the vernacular, the segment that we look at, which is the next 500 million users, as they call it, the emerging audiences, right? There, the analytics stack is still, in early days, right? And so question of how does one actually slice and dice data coming in from multiple new platforms that are there, vis-a-vis platforms which are already big, like Facebook or Instagram, is the other complexity, right? So where is the ROI? How does one measure? How does one combine data into one seamless platform to actually see where the ROI is actually happening? Is the tricky bit in this.
Yeah.
Ashish, I want to comment. Ashish, I want to comment 1 minute.
Of course.
See, I think the way I define it is there is a situation today, and there is something that we need to see, a situation that we need to look at what we want, the end state, right? Yeah. And then let's look how we work ourselves towards that, kind of working backwards to the present situation. So I think attribution is like the art of the science of the methodology, in a way of speaking. And it'll entirely rely on the availability of data. Today, in that whole walled garden conversation, that data is not freely available democratically to everybody. Tushar may be at an advantage because he deals with all of them neutrally today, right? In a way of speaking. So he may have access, but he can't share one to the other, and he can't trade one to the other, right? Yeah. So that's at the discretion of that company which is hosting that environment and doing this. As time goes by, better scientific models that we work as an industry together. So we agree on the metrics, we agree on how we report. Somebody says 2 seconds, somebody says 5 seconds, TV says 30 seconds, so they're all over the place. Some common practices to actually build this measurement, and then agree to the standardization of the data and the manner in which it comes in. And as time goes by, artificial intelligence and machine learning will supplement this process, so it will get faster. Now, if you think of that end state is where you want to go with, right? And you say that today, let's just say for argument's sake, in January, we estimated the TV industry to be 30,000 crores.
Yeah.
Right? Approximately, right? You estimated the video industry on digital to be another 5,000 crores. The entire internet digital industry is bigger, or just the video part, right? But when you think that this is going to grow in a post-COVID environment, and once all economic engines start firing off, collectively, you will see very quickly a 50,000 crore industry, collectively, and you will see that gallop. So it's worth thinking today as to what are for all the parties who are interested, you can't do without TV because it is the entertainment and information medium of the household, and digital is it for the individual. Even content doesn't pass through very easily. Today, you may be seeing a news item on TV or digital, which is more access in my view.
Yeah.
It's not about it being available, right? But you may be seeing digital content on a digital screen because you may not have passed it on to your TV. You may not have a smart TV. You may not have passed it on. You may not have shown it there. So if you think of it from a marketer point of view, the dollar is the dollar. The rupee is the rupee, right? I want maximum bang for buck, or I want it more targeted, or I want to make impact. I have all these options. If I am able to unify this data under this principle, that we can do attribution, provided we set the parameters upfront and we agree to the measurement metrics.
Sunil, our estimates as EY say that the total video advertising market, which is TV plus digital, will probably be touching 1 lakh crores by 2025.
Sure.
Okay,
I believe that.
It's a number. And when I include the long tail of
Yeah.
SME advertisers that some of
Yeah.
you were talking about, as well as the big advertisers, and just the sheer growth in number of screens, because
Yeah.
you'll have 700 plus million phone screens in terms of unique users, by
And
that.
100 million homes still to get a TV set.
And 100 million homes still to get. We are at whatever 170 million today, moving up. That's our estimate. You guys are 190
sure.
right? Moving up to maybe 220, 230, 250 million, by 2025, depending on how it grows. That's a billion screens over there, right? And attribution will become super critical from the point of saying, okay, some is on linear TV, some will be smart TV, some will be pure digital on the phone, tablet, laptop, etc. Some will be web, some will be mobile app, some will be mobile web. It's an insane amount of inventory. It's an insane amount of everything. And we're going to see rates getting impacted based on efficiency in a very, very big way, and attribution plays a large role in that. Now, my question to all of you really is that so much media, so many e-commerce platforms, so many media platforms and social media platforms moving to e-commerce. How will ad rates change for pure entertainment? How will ad rates change for search? How will ad rates change for e-commerce platform? Where will the real growth come? Which will be at risk? Tushar, I want to start with you.
Okay, so again, it's not a sort of easy thing to answer because there's also so there's also other dimension, right? It's not only
he can never say they'll go up. He's conflicted.
Yeah, and that's not a challenge in this forum, but I just wanted to make a point add to that also. There is also consumption is growing, type of consumption which is also growing, right? And every day you are adding a new users, and number of hours spent on each of this medium is also dynamically changing.
Right.
So at current state, basically we are actually inventory oversupply in a many format, and especially in many of the digital format right now. And and currently also it's an underconnected country, and there is a headroom to grow. So I don't see this as a pretty soon becoming a more like a supply side of market. It will, for some time, it should remain the buyer side of market. Having said that, there's a premium attached to content. If you're not looking at a pure commoditized way, right? So there is a certain type of content, certain type of environment are going to come at a premium. And closer to your purchase funnel, then it's going to be premium, right? For example, you mentioned search, you mentioned about commerce. All these are going to be a premium. Similarly, there's even content like IPL or a premium cricket or a specific fiction which is at a premium. So there is an environment which will remain premium, and the stages of consumer journey will remain at a premium. But generic level, it will still remain oversupply market.
And so what I'm hearing is that if you have a generic product, especially from an entertainment point of view, those rates are never going to really outshine in the environment compared to the others. And as close as you go to the actual point of purchase, it's always going to be that much higher. That's going to hold true in the long run.
As we spoke also, basically brands are asking for also solution and experiential, right? They are not looking for exposure only. That's other trend which is changing, and how you are integrating, how you are providing solution, all these are going to come at a premium compared to a plain vanilla placement driven ads.
So what I used to having, sorry.
No, I think to Tushar's point, a lot will depend on how the entertainment players use their digital avatars to bring that connectivity from a commerce touch point or any other metric that you want to place over there. Right?
Sunil, I want to go deeper into exactly what you have just spoken.
Sorry, you were asking so much question.
No, but I'll ask after this if you don't mind. This is brilliant stuff. What should the entertainment players do today to enable the rate growth and to go closer to the end customer touchpoint?
So I think that so if you take an example of, say, Indian Idol, it allows you to vote, right? Yeah. And many other shows allow you to vote over there. Today, many of the fiction shows also have certain digital avatars that they allow you to interact with. It's how you will build that interactivity, and maybe it's at a premium end. I think yesterday at the inaugural session or on the day of the inaugural session, Uday Shankar talked about less dependence on advertising and more dependence on subscription.
Yeah.
Because when a consumer pays for content, they get good quality content. I mean, Netflix and Amazon Prime are examples of that, right? You pay for the subscription, you get a certain quality of craft, whether you like it or not is separate, but you get a certain quality of craft. I think it's important. Can I not have a sports program on which you can put an ad for a food delivery service or even a food service, which can enable me on my phone to say, I'm going to watch IPL and this whole season, I want these various things delivered to me during the tournament, right? It's a 40-day tournament. Yeah. Can I not integrate that so I can keep I can keep ordering food for me and my friends, whether we are watching it together or we are remotely watching it, we can still order together. And can we not integrate this into the content of the game too? Cricket has done that very often. They have integrated many such exciting propositions. And I'm not saying you disrupt a fiction show by doing this, but there are really many ways in which entertainment channels now have to say that, okay, I've got this avatar here, I should have another avatar. I mean, I think Hotstar does it, right? If you want to see the show earlier than 9 p.m., you can see it on the paid service at 6 p.m. in the evening, right? That episode of the original content, right? So I think there are progressive steps making. As they make the steps, they will learn better who's watching. I'll give you another example. We have a few advertisers with whom we work closely, and they are saying, I want to, now the generic brief is, we will target women. Demographic is women, 25 plus, 25 to 44, 2 kids, etc. Tushar knows that game really well, right? We have a few advertisers with who working off the panel data, working off attribution, layering it back to the larger play. They choose their programming in their advertising slot basis the data we can provide, who has got kids, what they watch, did they watch your last ad or no? And they can then correlate to the action point that they have played on TV, right? Now that is sophisticated utilization of television data or data of viewership related to the consumer attributed to it, right? So TV is doing quite a few. Now there are not hundreds of these advertisers doing it, but there are a few of them, and I think they're seeing the benefits. They either related to a particular kind of product they're selling or a particular audience they are targeting and work the attribution through. So even if they don't use digital, they can work it through with TV. And if you fuse it with digital, obviously the fusion is better.
It's better, right?
Yeah. So I truly believe that there needs to be a unified way to work this out.
Yeah, and just to build on to I think Sunil's point, right? It's not about a unit rate, but it's a efficiency you can build around that in terms of sharp targeting and sort of tightening the full funnel, right? Yeah. And it's not about what you pay at the top of the funnel.
Right. Also, the digital platforms tend to work with very, very sharp targeting, right? So it creates bubbles of user kind of profiles and audiences which are of similar kind. And due to this kind of very, very focused ability to target in a very focused manner, as we move closer and closer to traditional and digital lines blurring, the expectation will also shift towards the expectation of very specific targeting. And just kind of adding to the point of ad rate that you had mentioned, right?
Yeah.
Because digital platforms essentially enable, depending on the kind of audience we are going after, the ad rates vary a lot. Demographic, the TG. So this kind of segmentation of pricing will also start happening increasingly because we are getting closer and closer to the point where we can specifically say this is a sports viewer, this is a women segment viewer, this is a kid segment viewer, and the pricing changes accordingly, and the purchase power and the fulfillment in accordance to that will also define it, right? So,
and there is a self-discovery mechanism also, because many of these options, sure.
No, go ahead. Absolutely, my same point.
Yeah, because especially in digital, part of inventory is getting sold on auction-based pricing, right? So there is a price discovery happening continuously, and that gets sort of helps calibrate the rest of the ecosystem on an ongoing basis.
And this really brings me to my next question, therefore, that, given the way that, where TV CPMs are much lower today than digital CPM, and with the power of attribution that, digital brings, the power of attribution that TV is now bringing to itself, when will this, and will it ever equate? We've seen digital CPMs coming down. We've seen, TV CPMs trying to grow with premium properties. Where does this whole thing mix, Tushar? What do you see the future? Where's it going to go?
In digital, sort of some of CPM which exists, not a single CPM. So there'll be a double-digit number and there'll be also triple-digit number, right? So in terms of, as Som has mentioned, depending on how difficult audience to reach, what you are building, all this parameter will define what you are sort of looking into it.
Correct. Correct.
And there is also a bit of learning when you over-optimize on the bottom of the funnel, right? So if you're looking pure outcome-based activity and you are not looking at a visibility and not focusing enough on a brand, it's very difficult to grow beyond a point, and it's you get into a bit of spiral also. So
right.
I guess what remains fundamentally true is there is a value of serendipity in advertising. There is a value of serendipity in building a brand, right?
Right.
One shouldn't undermine that, and that's why you need to keep looking and keep operating across various parts of funnel. It's also important to discover new audiences. It's also important to build awareness. It's also important to build consideration, build a trust, and not only just focus on transaction, right? So and that's been proven multiple times.
Yeah, yeah. Sunil, you want to add to that? From your experience, how is this moving?
See, I think it cannot be TV or digital in my view, right? And everybody may not be able to afford equitably the word and, that you cannot spend the same 50 crores on both, right? I understand that. But you've got to be able to prioritize your audiences. The nature of audience and the proposition you put over there has to be different from the proposition that you put across on digital. Because you can actually treat the analytics differently, you can serve them different content, right? Even if it's advertising content, you can serve them very different content. So I believe in time to come, both TV and digital prices will rise versus coming down because quality will play a role. You know, quality of content is what differentiates. To Tushar's point, you go at the bottom of the line and you try and just stuff it over there, that's what you will get. The people will pay a premium for not having frauds, not having bots, being in safe environments. We are seeing these become big issues now globally, right? So the good part of India is that there's a whole world to learn from, which has, you know, burned its bridges with many of these things over the last few years. So we have a road to walk, which is going forward. And I think, like I said, the biggest challenge, if you ask me, is what is the agreeable metrics around digital and television if you want to look for unification? You cannot say that 2 seconds is acceptable. So if you multiply 2 seconds into 15, it is 30. And therefore 1 30-second of television is, 15 times of digital. Not true.
Yeah.
Right. So I think we'll have to learn this through. We'll have to understand that there may never actually be that unification in that sense, but we can at least say that, okay, we've got audiences which are unified. So we know, I can say that for this brand, there are 1 million people who watch this show on TV, and those same 1 million people do these 4-5 things which are in common on the digital platform.
So Neil, you've been in the heart of this whole thing, right? With ACOM and now all the other stuff you're trying to do around the unified metric.
Yeah.
Is it going to happen?
So it will take time, is my view. Okay, because just getting this conversation with everybody going to agree on metrics, it's measurement. See, tomorrow morning we could, and we have the data, we could launch out a digital data and tell you what our unified panel is watching digitally, right? And what it's watching on TV. Right. But everybody will not agree because you're sitting through many roadblocks. You can't get integrated into network X or platform Y.
Right.
Right. And what happened, I think, for many of the TV players, especially, they put out their content on, say, a YouTube or a Hotstar or a Jio very early and very easily. And nobody watches them on their own apps. They watch them on the platform apps. So if platforms are the way to go, then, you're going to have to accept that those platforms may or may not give you that data till they feel the need to give that data.
Yeah.
Today, they don't feel the need to give that data. So I think we as an industry collectively have to address this. I don't think the resistance.
No, yeah. I think we all know we have to address it, but for some reason it just never happened. All right.
Yeah.
And as Group M, Tushar, what do you think? Is this something we need to do now, or has the time come, or not?
Yeah, so answer will vary based on the category to category, right? For example, if I'm only e-com player, I'm not too worried about unification, right? Because I know my KPIs and how am I filling up my bucket. But if I'm like a FMCG brand, the unification will be important.
Tushar, sorry to take you up on that, but even e-com is a huge advertiser. On print, on TV, on radio, they are spending so much money. So this would be relevant for them as well, wouldn't it?
No, it will be relevance, but I'm saying degree of relevance will changes for an FMCG guy versus a pure play digital brand, right?
Yeah.
That's the point I was making.
Okay.
There are three levels of challenges. It's not only the unification level, but then what's the equivalency? And that's what Sunil was making a point, right? What's the equivalency between one operation in digital versus one operation in TV? That's the second problem. And third problem is basically activation. Once you unify it also, can you activate? Because one is broadcast medium, other is basically one-on-one targeted medium. So there are challenges in terms of activation also. And one of the way it can maybe naturally get solved is all the environment becoming connected environment. So TV is becoming connected environment is another direction.
If you look at it, they are very easily able to do digital media ads. But for them to make a switch to television ads, it's like almost that they have arrived. We call it in the startup world that the brand has arrived when they are advertising on TV, right? So there is a psychological impact of broadcast medium advertising because it hits so many households, and it essentially gives out the signal that the brand is here to stay for the long run and are able to service. Whereas in digital, many brands come, advertise, disappear. So it's a different psychology entirely, I think.
No, but how does this play out for, you spoke about a lot of the SME guys you work with, the long tail advertisers, as we call them. How does it work for them? Do for them, it's performance drives everything, right? It's not so much brand, it's largely performance. But for them, do you see them, having started with digital, actually go and say, we should also try traditional, before they have arrived, as you put it?
Some of them we have seen, but typically, there is a lack of understanding of how much it costs to do broadcast advertising, because people kind of tend to feel that advertising on TV or movie theaters, for example, or on radio is expensive. There's a psychological barrier there already. Whereas on digital, because it's based on bid pricing and CPM pricing, right? It seems that it's very low cost, but you may end up seeing that over the month you have spent a lot more than you would have actually spent on traditional media, right? So there is that disjoint still there, which will kind of unify over time as the metrics become unified and we have common unit of measurement.
Which is really interesting, right? Because the RO size in digital may be smaller, but the CPM is much, much higher than the CPMs on some of the traditional media. And Sunil, coming back to you, you mentioned there's a lot of interesting stuff that TV is doing around, interactive stuff. It's doing couponing. Print is doing couponing. Digital couponing has started. Some of the radio guys are trying interactivity as well right now. Is this the final thing for traditional media? We have to get to know our audience, because otherwise we're going to seriously, I read an article today that UK traditional media is expected to fall 22% this year. All right. And digital media will be flat at 0.3% growth. Now that's a huge statement, right? Which we are making, that, traditional media flat, digital media degrowing 22%, digital flat and traditional degrowing 22%. Our own estimates at EY show that digital will degrow a bit in terms of advertising in India, but the impact on traditional in this year, 2020, is going to be far more severe. Is this the time now that traditional media has to wake up and figure out who the hell their end customer is?
See, the obituary on print, TV and radio has been written some 25 times, I think. Okay. Yeah. And it's still alive and kicking. We need to understand India uniquely from the West. We don't pay much for our cable bill. It is considered an essential, in this country, right?
Yep.
Number one, the last thing a household likes to cut is its cable bill. So it's considered an essential. Third, it really caters to a very, very large audience. And it caters to it in multiple languages. Today, a lot of people may be accessing content digitally, but I think the larger household will still see things on TV, right? Ramayana comes in after 1986, becomes the most watched show in the world, overtakes Game of Thrones, right? Started with 2 advertisers, closed with 48. So it's a telling point that there is belief in the power of that medium. I think the way to look at this is, if the marketing fraternity, from what I know, the marketing fraternity is very vested in trying to find a better way to try and get the audience estimations to an agreeable platform between TV and digital, between print and digital, radio and digital. So I think we are moving in the right direction. Let's
Yeah.
not look for quick fixes. They aren't going to happen, right? You can buy a Nielsen or a ComScore, or you can believe Google data or Hotstar data or Geo data, whatever. You can buy any of those if you're buying medium on those, but you cannot put them around, right? Which is why an IRS has been successful, which is why MRUC has been successful with this data, which is why a BARC or a previously TAM was successful, right? Is you need the neutrality at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And that may be better served by a panel. I understand if digital measurement is going to be done at a universe level, nobody is going to agree to it because no one's going to allow you to invade into their walled garden.
Yeah.
Right. So we have, and all answers are estimates. They are never accurate.
Yeah. Which,
They're
but
estimates.
I'm coming to this aspect that you spoke about, print plus digital, radio plus digital. I think till very recently, ad agencies were not structured in that manner. You had to go and
Yeah.
sell to separate teams.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Tushar, this question is really for you. Is that changing? I think you guys have started something on those lines, right? Of combining media across genres and things like that. It'd be good to hear that.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a process has started long back actually, and that's what I was alluding to when I say the audience is a focus, right? So what we call it basically an audience planning based approach. And it's not you don't start with the medium, but you start with the audience and then look at consumer journey, and then there is a planning process which helps you choose the right vehicle, right touch point. So that's the approach which we are moving increasingly. And also source of business is a layer you put on top of that in terms of eventually you need to answer what it does to business and brand.
Right.
So that's overriding principle.
Right. So it is now the time to bundle digital and traditional, because what I'm hearing you say is the traditional media can get to know who their end customer is. They can provide more ROI definition to marketers and agencies. And overall, I think they can help grow their digital business better through that bundling process. So it is time for bundling now.
Yeah, and digital also lend quite a few metrics to television, and that's what I think Sunil was also mentioning, right? Because there's tons of behavioral data sitting, tons of action which is happening on the website, client assets and stuff like that. And all this can be start correlating with what's happening on a television kind of environment. And so,
but will this? See, the big fear that a lot of the radio companies have spoken to, print companies, even some TV companies, is that if we start selling together, it will discount our rates and we will get negatively impacted, right? What's the flip side to this? Is it that we're going to see bigger volumes coming to them? What's the flip side? Is there any reason to do this?
See, you are seeing the migration of events, right? If you see in the COVID environment, events which were typically in a theater or TV started happening on digital platforms. This event, as an example, right, is happening on a digital platform. So I think you have to look at it less from platform, but more from where content and audiences are going.
Yeah.
And if you look at it from that aspect, if our content audiences are going in a particular direction, then money will chase that direction. I'm kind of at an example. I take cricket and I take Hotstar. Hotstar did some Max. I was at Sony that time. We did some special things around IPL, which made IPL what it is. 10 years later, Hotstar has done special things around IPL to make it a great digital experience.
Yeah.
Right. So we need to see where the technology and content meet to make it a better experience. Yeah. And where is that audience and whom are you targeting? Now, the audience watching it on Star Sports and watching it on Hotstar may not be the same. I'm not talking of broad demographics, but there may be enough nuances to differentiate, and there may be lots of nuances to target it commonly.
Okay.
Today, I don't think we have the tool, so we are going to rely on, the famous word, arrogation to do that. Ashish, I have to go in 2 minutes, so I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so I'm gonna. There's a lot of questions from the audience. Can I just take a few of them?
Yeah, sure.
And maybe we'll start with you. I think first is from Chaitanya. He's saying, where do you think influencer marketing is headed, given it may be cheaper to market through influencers now instead of traditional advertising? Would there be reallocation of budgets towards influencers?
That is Tushar or Som.
Yeah, so I think you should take that one.
So influencer marketing is actually very effective, but it has to be done right. And we actually see a lot of interest towards that, especially because if you look at other markets also abroad, influencer marketing has really picked up. And influencers are nothing but the upcoming celebrities in a certain sense in the digital media. The notion of celebrity has changed, right? So, but at the end of the day, the cost of what it entails vis-a-vis ROI is something there is no definitive answer on still. Like I haven't yet seen a definitive figure that says that only influencer marketing works well. In our case, it works very well. So I can back it with my data that because we are working with a lot of influencers on a regular basis and whatever they recommend, audiences kind of go after. But I cannot give an overall, sort of
fair
metric on this.
Okay. The next question is from Namita, and it talks about the touch points and hurdles to get a consumer to convert, and that these seem to keep on increasing. So I guess, Tushar, this is for you. Will there be an average number of touch points that brands will need to consider at the very least going forward?
Again, Ashish, bit difficult to answer generically. For example, like an auto kind of category, it can be like at least 15 to 20 kind of touch point. But for example, it's a low involvement category or a low value kind of category. It can be also a very shortened cycle, and it can happen in a few impressions, right? So it depends category to category. So it's slightly difficult to give a generic answer.
Okay.
And some journeys are pretty short. Some journeys are 6 month longs also.
Okay. There's a question coming on in-content product placements. Will these increase? And especially with content and consumers going to digital platforms and wanting uninterrupted viewing, what's the scale for in-program? Tom?
So as they say, the holy grail is the 3 C's, which is content, community, commerce, right?
Right.
One can go all the way from content to build a community around it and also drive commerce. There's nothing like it. And that's exactly what is like many of the new.
Very reasonable. I would say it's cheap.
We
answer on an average of some 2,000 queries in a year, and we turn around every query in 5 days' time.
Wow.
Now that is an assistance we give a company like GroupM, right? Because GroupM will be getting some of their clients to ask queries to them also, right? To explain the data and to help them plan, right? So you've got to look at it from that point of view. I personally believe that service level today is cheap. It's a big enough sample. It's a credible sample. It requires a lot of work to be done to keep it safe and to keep it pure. And there is good tech at play. I mean, the volume of technology at play and the data we have is huge. So at the end of the day, I think channels in particular are not using the service as well as they could.
Yeah. Question for you, Tushar, from Jay says demonetization was the hockey stick upward movement for payment apps. COVID was the hockey stick upward movement for EdTech apps. When's the next moment happening for media? I have an answer to that, but I'd like to hear your point.
Please go ahead, Ashish.
I thought it happened with Jio, but that's my answer.
Yeah, I guess, again, COVID is also an interesting trigger, right? And two areas which can potentially grow. One is the gaming there's a good uptake in the last 3 months on a COVID environment. And the second trigger also I see is a connected TV can be an interesting trend.
Okay, and I think the last question we have really is from Manisha. What are revenues from programming or other revenue options available for small or digital news media players? In today's day and age, I'm guessing the question is, can you subsist on advertising?
As a digital player or as a TV player?
News player.
As a digital news player,
yeah.
If your news content is going to be reasonably different from what is available across various TV channels, then you have to find your groove in which text and video work together. Whether you choose to be subscription or advertising depends on the strength you have that you can build. But you then really need to think of differentiating it, because more and more people will consume the snackier news digitally versus on TV, right? Because of access. You're on the road. Where do you get access? Today is not the situation of all of us being at home is not going to stay forever.
But Sunil, can digital news survive on only advertising, or do they have to work towards a subscription model? And that's really a
No,
question.
I think today the advertising based on digital is small.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if television, we used to be 5,000 crores once upon a time, and we are 100,000 crores today, right? As a collected industry of subscriptions and everything else, right? So if that is what we were, we've come a long way over here. Digital will grow much faster. Now it will depend on content. Content drives the economics. That's my view. It drives the audience, it drives the economics.
Got it. I think that's fair.
And I have to go. I'm sorry about the pre-closure.
I am closing it right now. So we'll start with you. Your last question, which is for all three of you. So Neil, you can answer first and then leave. What's your mantra, therefore, for the COVID-19 period as regards to advertising?
The best way to make the economy grow is to advertise. It creates consumption, creates demand, takes the GDP up. Let's do this collectively together.
Thank you. So Neil,
thank you.
Thanks for taking the time. Tushar.
Yeah, I agree with Sunil and that we'll need to keep churning, right? So basically, brand need to be present, media need to be present. So idea to get a demand back right now, and how do we collectively get that should be a single biggest priority for us.
I hope we do that. So
I resonate on this thought. I would just add one more point, which is that, to focus the advertising spend more towards revenue generation is what what we kind of push towards consistently, because revenue is the center of conversation now.
Absolutely. And therefore, again, to kind of conclude, I think what we've heard is the importance of attribution, not just
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Tushar. Thank you, so. I know Sunil left us early. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the session. We'll start the next session on further in about 5 minutes from now. Please don't go anywhere. Thank you, panel. Thank you, guys. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the penultimate session of today, day 2 of the eFrames 2020. The session, we've got a stellar session coming up, the case study with the 4DA producers and the cast. To tell us more, I'd like to invite the moderator, Mr. Nyay Bhushan, from Hollywood Reporter, to introduce the panel, and the next 1 hour is all yours, Mr. Bhushan.
Thank you. A warm welcome to everybody on behalf of Frames, and we look forward to a really interesting session. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers. So let me introduce everybody. We have Dana Stern. She's the Managing Director of Yes Studios, which is the studio behind 4DA. We have Lior Raz, who needs no introduction, but I'm still going to introduce him because I think he's known across the world right now. Not just as the face, one of the main faces of 4DA, but also one of the co-creators of 4DA, along with Avi Issacharoff, if I get the right pronunciation. Yes. Issacharoff, yeah. And then we have Leticia Ido, one of the stars of 4DA, who played the role of Dr. Shireen in the first and second season of the show. So a warm welcome to all of you. To start off, just to give our viewers a little bit of an idea, not that anybody needs to know much about 4DA, because I'm sure people are pretty much aware of what the show is all about. But 4DA is, I think, it's one of Yes Studios' first drama series, if I'm not wrong, Dana, right? And
well, it was definitely the first one that we distributed and got to a global audience. Yeah. It's actually the first Israeli series in the original version to have been picked up by a global platform and reaching audiences everywhere around the world.
So we became the most watched drama series in the history of Yes, and the first Hebrew language show which is picked up by Netflix for worldwide distribution. The interesting thing is, I think that it is getting the first international version with the Indian version, which is going to be produced by Plus Entertainment. So I think everybody's going to be looking forward to that. So to start off the session, I think you guys must have been asked this a million times, but the obvious question to start is, how did the concept of 4DA come about? I think Lior can take it, and then Dana can add to it.
Yeah, so first of all, hi everyone. Namaste. I was, when I was younger, I was in the army, in the Israeli army. I used to serve in the undercover unit over there. And also my friend Avi, the co-creator of 4DA, we were serving together in the same unit as undercover. As you see in 4DA, this is what we did in the army. But just after many years, like 8 years ago, actually, me and Avi met, and we were in the West Bank in some crazy thing that we done there. I cannot talk about it, but we were there, and Avi asked me very important question, the most important question that someone asked me, I think, in that period of time. He asked me if I have a dream. And I told him, yes, I have a dream. I wanted to write something about those undercover units, about the mental price that they are paying for their actions, and also about the Palestinian side, because in the Israeli culture, TV, we're not talking about the Palestinian. We don't see how they live there. We don't have their point of view, and it was very important for me and for Avi to write something about it with their point of view as well. And this is how it was born. We started to write. It was the first thing that we ever wrote. We are not screenwriter. This is the first time that we wrote anything. I have ADHD, so it's definitely the first time that I was writing something. Actually, nobody wanted the show in Israel. We had our roadshow. We went to Keshet, it's the biggest broadcaster in Israel, and they didn't want the show. They said no. And we went to Channel 10. They said no. We went to Reshet. Everybody said no. And just yes, in the end of the day, say yes. And even though it was very hard to sell it over there as well, because it was hard to adjust, this kind of series, because it's 50% of it is it's in Arabic. Me and Avi were just two punks that never did anything in our life, written. So it's very hard to take this kind of show and to make it, but they took it after all, and from then it was a history.
Dana, for me, the interesting thing is that there have been other shows out of Israel which have sort of dealt with this theme. Of course, the most famous being Hatu film, which became Homeland in the US and Prisoner of War, and it also had an Indian adaptation here, Bandi Yudh Ke. So how did you plan in terms of the positioning of Fauda? When you decided to go for it, I know this is a bit of a marketing question, but at the end of the day, it's about concept selling. So what went behind the planning of Fauda so that it had its own kind of distinct identity?
Well, I think it goes first and foremost way before marketing. It goes for what the story is. And this is the real story. This is something that happened to both Avi and Lior. This is their passion. This is their therapy. This is their history. This is what they did, them and their friends. So they're writing from a very unique point of view, which is one that is actually, in the trenches. Their experience is second to none. And as Lior said, they're not screenwriters. They're first and foremost, they experienced that world first. Screenwriting came later. So I think it was that authenticity and that passion and have something, and Lior can speak about this a little bit more later. A lot of it is drawn from actual characters and experiences and things that happened to both of them and people that they know. So I think first and foremost, it was that authenticity. And there was a lot of fear. Success, everybody's looking back and say, oh, of course it was very obvious, but it certainly wasn't. And it was one of those shows that was on our slate for a really long time, and then nobody really knew how it was going to turn out. And I remember when we saw the first assembly, kind of the first rough cut, we just went like, oh, wow, this could actually be good. By the way, it had a different name then. On our slate, it was called Mistalvim for the longest time, which just means undercover. Mistalvim, it was called.
Undercover.
Undercover. For the longest time. I don't even know who came up with Fauda, but I can tell you it was very scary for us. You did? There you go.
Me and Avi, listen, because Fauda, it's the name of Fauda. First of all, yes, it was very hard for yes because it was, it's in Arabic. Most, like 50% of the show, it's in Arabic, and we didn't know how to adjust it. And even the name Fauda, the meaning of Fauda is chaos.
Chaos, yeah.
But in Arabic, not in Hebrew.
In Arabic, yeah.
Nobody knew the word Fauda before the show in Israel, but there is a double meaning for that word because this Fauda in the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, there was the big riots in the Palestinians. Was called the Intifada, the first Intifada, and this was the word that they used to describe the way that they are living in that period of time. It was very chaotic for them, but in the Israeli side, in the undercover side, we use this word as a code for the rescuer. If someone were the Palestinian understood that we are Israelis and we got discovered. So this is the code in the radio for the rescuer to come. So we said we have Fauda, and this was the code. So there is the double meaning. And I remember the people from Yes, they didn't know how to pronounce it well. They were asking, what about the script of Peoda? They call it Peoda in the beginning. They didn't know how to pronounce it, but now it's such a common word in Israel. You can find it everywhere. Everybody talks with it, and they say Fauda, and they mean it chaos.
I think the whole world has got the pronunciation right because of the show. In terms of casting, I think it's very interesting how the show has been cast. And that brings me to Letitia. Your character of Dr. Shireen was really very interesting. And I think that the character draws on your own real life background since you're French Lebanese. And Shireen's character also has that sort of mixed sort of background. So what drew you to portray Shireen? How did you sort of, become involved with Fauda, and how did you prepare for the character of Shireen? You need to start. Yeah, your mic.
Your microphone is
Yeah,
on.
sorry. So it was very interesting because when I was first cast, the first part of the audition, and then they told me, we're interested for you for this part. And then I said, can I talk to Lior? And we had this call from LA. I was in LA by then. And I asked him many things. I don't know how many questions I had, but I had a lot of questions because I wanted to be sure that the character could bring some hope and be maybe a link between the two parts, the two sides of the show, Israeli and Palestinians. And then we came up with, I said, because I'm Lebanese, French and Lebanese, why wouldn't she be half Palestinian and half French? And so we liked it, and that I think brought a lot of things to Shireen, because she's able to have more empathy for both sides because she's out of the conflict. She has at least she has one part of her is out of the conflict. So this was really interesting for me, and I really wanted her to be this link and to bring hope and love, if it's possible in this kind of crazy situations. So this was really strong for me to. First, I have to say that I was so surprised that Lior and the team and everybody they were so open-minded and happy to receive ideas and to even build a character together. And I think that's the first time ever that I meet a team that is so open-minded and so like them.
I believe the other big challenge for you, Letitia, was that you had to learn Arabic because I think you said in one of your earlier interviews that you're not too conversant in Arabic, so you had to learn Arabic for the character.
Well, I'm used to play in languages that I don't speak. This one I heard Lebanese when I was young, but I don't speak. I just know how to say I'm hungry, I'm tired, and I understand a few things. I think Lior speaks way better than I speak Arabic, but it's okay. Well, I think we did the same thing. We were learning phonetically. Someone just recorded the lines, and then it was hours and hours and weeks and months of work. And what I really like when I watch the show and I watch our scenes between Lior and between Doron and Shireen is that I know that he's not, I'm talking about me, but I think it's the same. We're not totally sure about every word that the other one is saying because we learned our lines. So I think it gives a lot of intensity to the show because we are, like, the eye contact is very strong and the connection is very strong. And it was really...
I thought it's because we had a connection, not because of the lines.
We have a connection.
Yeah. The whole world felt it. I felt it.
Yeah, I think the whole world felt it, yeah.
Now, Lior, I think, again, you've been asked this a million times. I'm going to ask it again. How much of Doron Carrillo is Lior Raz?
It's a tricky question because I think there is a lot. My method when I'm acting, I'm trying to put myself in the situation that the character that I have is in. So I'm trying to bring myself to the character. But a lot of Doron is based on my experience in life. I used to do those kind of things when I was younger, but I think Doron is much, he can burn everything. He can burn all the bridges behind him. And I don't do that. I'm much more responsible person in life. And I think I'm much more, I have so many things to lose and I don't want to lose them. So I'm not acting like him. But when I was younger, I was much, we were quite similar, but not now, not now. I'm much more settled down now.
Because I tell you what, I think it seems that the lines are blurred between reality and fiction as far as this show is concerned, not just in your character, but also in the plot points and so on. So I think what I'm really asking is that when you and Avi were planning the show, at that stage, at the planning stage, did you have any idea that how this show would contribute to the overall discussion of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? And that's the first part of the question. And the second part is that what kind of feedback have you been receiving over the 3 seasons in terms of how the show has contributed to this very important discussion about the conflict?
Yeah. So first of all, when we wrote the show, we thought that nobody will watch it. Just my parents and Avi's parents. That's it.
And I would have watched it too.
Really, we didn't think that it's going to be such a big thing. It caught us by surprise. What we tried to do, we didn't try to be ambassadors of anything, you know? We just tried to write a good story and a good television. We tried to portray the other side at the same way as that we can, you know, just in very kind way. And for me as an actor, I remember that we were sitting in the writers' room, and I said, I want to be able and want to play any role in this show. I want, and I don't want to be, and because of that, I don't think that we have flat characters in the show. You know, the bad guys, you don't think if sometimes they're not the bad guys, and the good guys are sometimes the bad guys. So everything is got mixed. And I think this is the magic of the show. And you ask how it got received. So most of the people that I know and approaching to me from the Arab side, really, and from the Israeli side, it's quite crazy, because I know right-wing Israelis who comes to me and telling me, listen, this is the first time that I'm feeling empathy to the other side, to the Palestinian side. And you know, our characters, the terrorists, became like a sex symbol in Israel for the Jewish Israeli women, and the opposite as well. But I won't expand it. I will, but but the other side. I used to be now for 2 months. I was shooting in a movie in Abu Dhabi, and I lived there for 2 months. And every night, I was finding myself sitting with people that I never imagined that I would sit with. From Syria, from Lebanon, from Kuwait, from Saudi Arabia, from Iran. And we were sitting together, and just because of that show, I think we became a good friends. And this is the first time that they said that they feel empathy for the Israeli side, because sometimes we are, when you are a kid, you got your education from the government. And sometimes the education that you get is saying that the other side is such a bad people, and you don't understand it. But now they see it through the show that we are real. We all real people doing mistakes, having love affairs, having kids, having you know, and sometimes it makes people talk to each other and speak to each other. And you know, it was in the 3rd season was the first. I don't know if you know that, Leticia, but it was #1 on Lebanon, and #3 in the UAE.
I heard and I received messages from Lebanon. Yeah,
it was crazy. I'm getting messages from Lebanon every day now. Every day.
It's crazy.
It is crazy, and it's beautiful. And we didn't meant to be ambassadors for peace through a show about war, but you know, it's kind of a paradox. But this is what happened. And also, I think because we honored the Arabic language, we really love this language. We really love it. I think the other side see it. But I can tell you that there is some people from the Palestinian side who don't like the show. Not everybody loves it. And I think it's okay, because I'm Israeli and I cannot write as a Palestinian. I can write as an Israeli who's trying to portray the other side in a different way. But so sometimes there are people from the Palestinian side who don't like the show, and it's okay, you know. I can understand it. Leticia can talk about it.
Yeah, actually, my question to Leticia is also like an extension of what you're saying, because the relationship between Doron and Shireen is very, very interesting, because you know, it suddenly takes the story to a completely different angle, because you know, all the while you're introduced to this very macho world of guns and everything, and suddenly there's love and love between so-called enemies in that sense. So Leticia, what was your take about the relationship between Doron and Shireen? That's my first question. And secondly, what kind of feedback did you receive specifically about how this relationship was portrayed?
Well, about the first question, it's more a question that would go to the script writers, because I'm just acting what is written. So I was quite happy about what was written. But I think what's interesting with her is that things are coming to her through her life without her being okay or not. She's things are coming, and good things are coming, and then really bad things are coming, and she has to deal with it. And but the feedbacks that I got from everywhere around the world, and India is one of the countries that is the most active and
really?
that show love to us. So it's really, so thank you to everybody who's watching. And about our relationship, I think I heard personally, like Leo, I received messages that I screen captured those messages, because I feel so emotional every time I read those kind of things, that people say to me that because of the possibility of love between us, they understood that the other one, the enemy, is maybe better than the dog. They've been taught to call the other one like, no, it's just a dog, just don't care about it. And suddenly they say, no, I think it's more like a friend or a brother. And for the first time of my life, I'm learning Arabic, for instance. I got this one from an Israeli person and a Jewish Israeli. And then from the other side, I was surprised from Arabic countries saying, but we recognize ourselves in the characters. So we are able to, overcome the hate that we naturally have because of the geopolitical situation. And I think this is magical, because it's not a documentary. We know it's a fiction. We know, we're portraying fictional characters. And I think this is why it's not exactly the reality. There is, a way, a little something opens up in people's mind and say, wow, that's possible.
Dana, my question to you is, because Father became a global sensation once it went on Netflix, and obviously it was huge in Israel before that, and now it's getting an Indian adaptation. So first of all, how do you see this? How do you see it translating in the context of the India-Pakistan situation? And what else can you share with us about the Indian remake?
Well, the Indian remake is being produced by Applause Entertainment and Mr. Samian Lahil, and we've had a very good relationship with them. They've just produced another one of our formats called Your Honor, which premiered on Sony Live just about 3 weeks ago, and I understand it's doing really, really well. So we have a lot of trust in them. And for Fauda, we're very careful about choosing partners to adapt, and this is true for the Indian version, and it's true for everywhere else across the world. And people have come to us wanting to take that brand and localize whatever their conflict is, and sometimes it makes sense and a lot of times it doesn't. But I think in the sense of India, first of all, they've done a wonderful job in researching the world of the conflict, and in this case it's going to be set on the Indian Kashmiri border, and they've done a wonderful job kind of figuring out what the conflict is, who the characters are going to be, and how to preserve a very, very delicate balance between the two sides, which is key to what Fauda is. We've been pitched a lot of versions of Fauda from many, many countries. And one of the hardest things we always find is for people, the ones that come to us, it's obviously one country, a producer or a channel, to see the other side in a similar light. And a lot of the pitches we get, they refer to the other side as, the terrorist, the bad guys. This is not Fauda, right? And that's the number one key to doing a successful adaptation, is realizing the other side has, a claim, a history, a struggle, people, families, relationships, and everything that makes Fauda unique, and that balance is key. And I think for the Indian version, which is coming up, and hopefully, obviously, COVID-19 has delayed this production and many others everywhere across the world. But the idea is still for Applause to go into production at the end of this year. They're already in pre-production. They're doing casting. They're going through the drafts of the script. There's a lot of people working on it. There's journalists, there's language specialists. And I think it's key to them to get it extremely accurate and very, very right. Because unlike Avi and Lior, who lived through this in their own experience, they had their own, consultants. In this case, there really is a need to find an authentic representation of everything. And it'll be directed by Sudhir Mishra. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, who just did Hostages and a whole host of other very famous films. So I think it's going to be good. I mean, we have a lot of faith in this adaptation, and we know, as Letitia said, and I know Lior can vouch for this as well, we know and we feel the love in India for Fauda as it is, and I think that's just going to grow with a local version. We really feel excitement coming.
Yeah, Lior, what kind of advice would you give the Indian producers of the For the Indian remake? That's first. And what would you like to say to the Indian actor who's going to play the Doron character?
Whoa, to the producers, I don't know what the budget, Dana. I don't know what the budget that they have, so I cannot give them any advice. But just to have when they are writing it and they are portraying the other side, I just want them to be, when they're writing the other side, they should write it with a lot of compassion and to feel and to understand the other side and themselves in a way that and very realistic, because what we're trying to do, and Avi and I, we wanted to be as realistic as we can. Of course, it's a TV show, it's a drama, it's a lot of action, but we wanted to be as real as we can. We the people that all the team, we were all together in a camp training as a military team. So, and we know how to shoot and we know how to fight, and everything's supposed to be very, very realistic. And when you talk about the other side as well, how they talk, how they look, what they're doing, how they're acting, it's supposed to be very, very precise. This is for the producers. For the actor, just try to be yourself and be kind to this character. That's it.
I think he needs to learn Krav Maga, right?
He needs to know how to fight, yeah, and just be careful not to injure through the show.
That would be very interesting. Letitia, my question to you is that, Fauda is set in a very male-dominated world. So what is your view on how Fauda portrays its female characters? That's the first part. And secondly, what advice would you have to give to the female characters for the Indian show? I mean, what would you like to see in the Indian version when it comes to the women?
I think women in Fauda are the ones who are bringing emotion, for sure. The mothers, the wives, I think they are very strong all the time. So also it's a gift that the script writers and the creators of the show made to women in general. Because, for instance, for Shirin, I learned that way after we shot, but she was not supposed to be a doctor and to have this position. And then I understood later that Leora Kamenetsky, I think, fought for her to have a social position that is high, because those women exist in these societies, in this region of the world, and not depending, it could be like in the Arab society or the Israeli society, the Jewish Israeli society. These strong women, they are there. I met them. And women actually in this part of the world, in my opinion, are very strong, are very powerful, and they take some space in families, in everything, in society. So I think it was really interesting and right and correct to give women characters so much space. and yes, they are bringing the emotion, they are tempering the craziness, they are asking at some point, I remember, to find other ways than revenge. There is a scene that I really love where this happens, and it's a mother, and so I think for the person who will play Shireen, it's funny because I've been asked recently to join an agency in India because they say I look like, and I forgot her name, I look like an Indian actress, an old, like from the ancient times. So I was like, okay, no problem, I will I will play myself, the Indian Shireen. But no, I just think that she has to really keep in mind that her heart is broken in two parts, and each part of her heart goes to one side of the conflict. That's the main thing. And that she's able to understand both of them, because both sides are humans. And that's it. That's the main thing.
Everybody wants to know about season 4 of Fauda. So I think I'll start with you, Letitia. I know, this is a fanboy talking. Is there a chance?
Am I coming back?
No. I have an idea. Is there a chance to have Shireen's twin sister in season 4?
You can't imagine how many scripts, ideas I received and I've been asked to send to Lior. I never did, right?
Well, I'm doing so many Lior right now. It's in public.
And good ones, and actually really good ideas that are still believable after one season without her. It's funny, but
so
life brings us to new horizons as well. So
Lior, what can you share about season 4?
Actually, nothing.
That's it. So we can end it.
Question ended.
There will be a season 4. How's that?
It's going to be
there will be a
season 4 right now. It's going to be crazy as well, and dark as well. And we'll try to make a good show. That's it. This is what we're trying to do. And I can tell you about everything, but then I have to kill you all. So I don't want to.
People won't be surprised if I get killed by Doron Tavilio. There's no way I can win against Doron. Anyway, I think we can take some questions. We're getting some questions, and somebody wants to know that this is for Lior, that everyone can do a great show based on their own lives. Lior, do you think you're ready to do more now that Fauda has been such a huge success? And secondly, would you like to be an actor or a writer?
First of all, I will start with the second question. I'm an actor and I'm a writer as well. I'm now, I did a movie called Six Underground of Michael Bay with Ryan Reynolds. I did a movie with Sir Ben Kingsley called Operation Finale for MGM. It's on Netflix as well. So I'm doing, and I was shooting now a new TV show that for Netflix as well, American Israeli TV show, but this is, me and Avi wrote it, but it's created just for Netflix. We were shooting it in New York. So I'm an actor and I'm a creator, and it's both together. I cannot think of myself doing just one thing. And the first question was about
doing a show based on your own lives. So do you think you can do more or something like that, which is really based on your own life, or does Fauda cover everything for you?
I think Fauda I was in the army for 3 years. So I have a lot of experience in life. So probably I can write more things about my experience in life. But, as a creator, everything that you do in life inspires you as a writer. So it could be a dream. It could be just a one meeting with one person. It could be a whole life situation. But everything that you have can inspire you to write something. So it's not just about all your life.
And Lior's led a very interesting life after the army too. I mean, he was a bodyguard. There's a lot of story there.
Bye-bye.
Since we have seen a lot of Israeli shows being made in India, Rajiv wants to know via live chat that is there anything out of India that maybe Dana would like to do, and do some Israeli take on that?
I would love to come to India and into Bollywood, and to be in a movie in Bollywood, and to feel the atmosphere of Bollywood movie industry. This is one of the things that I would love to do. Maybe me and Shireen, maybe me and
me
Leticia.
too. I was about to say I'm dreaming of that now.
Have you seen Indian films, Leticia? Have you seen any kind of Indian?
Yeah, I'm not able to. Yes, because I have Indian friends actually, and one of them is an actor, and his wife is French, so we connected, and they are teaching me Indian culture. I mean, in terms of cinema, because it's so wide. And yes, because they know I've been approached by some agencies, and I've done some lives already with India, and so it's maybe it's a dream coming true. Maybe those agencies will find me some work. And
actually, I saw you in a couple of music videos. I was doing some research for this thing, and I saw a couple of music videos of you. So if you're in music,
that's my work.
Singing, and so you are interested in music. So you're right.
Yeah, that's my video clip of my first ever song, and it's funny. I directed it, and I'm starting to do my own things now, and it's I think we are not, like Leo said, we are not just one thing, and we are able to do many things, and life is really short, so I'm planning to do many things, and Bollywood is part of them.
Dana, there's one interesting thing about Fauda is that when it became a global phenomenon, I know, again, at many industry conferences, you must have been asked that, did you expect it to be global and all that? So obviously, did you expect it to be global? That's one. And number two, when you saw the feedback across the world and how the viewers were responding, and even the industry and even the general public, the media, critics, basically, how did you deal with the various issues about the show when it came to seeing its impact worldwide, especially the political sensitivity? I know every country must have had a different, or every territory must have had a different sort of feedback to you. But generally, what can you share about how you handled the way it kind of exploded worldwide?
Well, Fauda hit Netflix back in 2016. Global television wasn't a thing before that. Netflix earlier that year actually launched their global service. Up until I believe January 2016, there were a North American, UK, and maybe a country here or there, and the whole concept of having a service that was going to be seen simultaneously, in 190 countries, and localized and marketed for that region, subtitled or dubbed and accessible at the same time. I mean, that was a first. This was one of the very first foreign language shows to be able to do that and to actually become a global hit. Now it seems, there's so many of these. There's numerous platforms. Everybody's producing a lot. There's language and great content coming out of everywhere. India has produced some global hits as well, stories that are local but have reached audiences throughout the world. So you can never expect that. And certainly when we, produced the show, it aired in Israel in 2015, never in a million years that something like this even seemed possible. So you can never expect that. And I think you'd be wrong, and this is, to any producers and industry professionals out there, you'd be wrong to try, because what is a global show and what is a global, success? You can only do the best that you can do for the country and the culture that you know, and you can write what you know in the best way possible, make the best show you can, and then use the amazing technology and the platforms that exist today to get that to audiences everywhere. That's what people are going to relate to. They're going to relate to, passionate storytelling done well, no matter where it's from. And technology is there to make that happen. So I say that.
When a show begins, I think one of the first things that happens is that all the spotlight also goes on the talent. So for Lior and Leticia, what I want to know is that, Lior, I know you've done like Hollywood projects, like these films that you were talking about. So did they happen because Fauda became so huge, then you ended up having an agent in LA or something. Is that how it worked out for you? And for you, Leticia, what kind of sort of openings or what kind of offers are you getting now since the show went global?
So yeah, because of the show, because it's become global and everybody's seeing it, specifically in the industry in Hollywood, people really appreciate that show and really loves it. So yeah, I have agents, I have managers there. I have my own. Me and Avi, we have our own production company that based in Israel, but we're giving services to the US and globally, all over the world, actually, not just in the US. And yes, I have a lot of options, and I'm getting a lot of offers from Hollywood now to participate as an actor. So yeah, it's a great times, and it's you know, to get this kind of success in my age. It's not that I'm like Leticia, 23 years old, and I'm getting all that success. It's
Stop it. We're the same age, so don't go there. Lear and I are actually.
I think everybody on this panel is the same age.
Yeah.
No. Leticia, she's 23, and I'm older than her. And to get this kind of success in my age, it's every morning I'm looking to the sky and I say thank you very much for everything. And it's every day is a surprise for me, and this is how I take it.
And for you, Leticia, is it that you're being approached first from India and then from Hollywood?
I've been approached from the UK first, actually, a few years ago, and then the US, and then France, because French people are a bit slower, but when they love something, they really love it. So I'm getting now from France very, very nice recognition, and I'm getting offers, and great directors are meeting me, and they love Fauda, and they are so impressed by the show. I think one thing that is common to everybody is that they are moved, and I don't know, it's something huge. When they talk about it, it's always like, oh my God, this show Fauda. They're not recovering, you know. So it's really interesting, and it's good to be in this position as an actress suddenly to talk about your work with someone. It's really enjoyable, and I'm waiting for big TV series from in the States, so I'm waiting. But I had the chance to work this year with a huge director in the States as well. And so we never know. Now I'm just waiting. I was about to play In Your Honor, the French adaptation. Then no, but new things are coming. So yeah, it's really great.
Leo, there's a question for you from Malvika. She wants to know that would you consider co-producing or partnering or directing on an Indian or a foreign series, like more like a collaboration rather than just a remake? Is there something like that?
Definitely. We are very open to collaborate, and we want to explore the world. We think now the TV can go everywhere, and it's not just local, it's global. And yeah, I would love to connect and to try to co-produce with someone in India and wherever. Yeah, definitely.
Leo, there's an interesting backstory. I think before Fauda and I think after you left the army, you were Arnold Schwarzenegger's bodyguard. Can you share something about that? Because that's very interesting. I just found that. Sorry, I had to Google.
So I'll tell you something. It sounds very interesting and sexy, but it was very boring for me. I was just released from the army. I did some crazy things in the army, and I was there. It was like a guard dog, not doing anything. Most of the time I was at his house. I wasn't with him. I was with his family. Nothing to write home about.
Nothing to write home about. Oh, wow. Okay. Dana, in terms of coming back to the Yes Studios portfolio, we just about to round off. So I just wanted to get a bigger picture from you. If you can just walk us through what kind of shows have already been adapted in India, number one, and what kind of shows does Yes produce in terms of what is the sort of philosophy that Yes has in terms of the kind of content back?
Well, first of all, we're a local broadcaster, but with shows that obviously kind of, do exceptionally well and have been really well received throughout the world. And we're part of a trend. I mean, Israeli production and Israeli storytellers have been doing exceptionally well. There's so many great shows that have come out of this country and so many series that have either been shown in the original or in an adaptation. For us, Fauda is obviously going to production, we're hoping this year, Your Honor, we spoke about, there's another show called Swugim, which is also in development with Applause. There are other shows we're having, some of our new slate that we're having conversations about right now. In the US, we've had numerous shows picked up, everything from The Good Cop, which is on Netflix, 68 Whiskey, which I think is behind me, which was just aired in January. In the US, obviously Your Honor in the US as well as in India and in France, there'll be an adaptation with Bryan Cranston in the lead role, doing that. And we had just had another show picked up called On the Spectrum by Amazon, and they're gonna do an English language version of that as well. That's about 3 adults on the autistic spectrum sharing an apartment. It's a beautiful, beautiful show that we all love and are very, very proud of, and that's done exceptionally well everywhere it's been shown. So there's a lot, but our philosophy is really, to be open and to take risks and to take chances. We are a premium pay platform, a multi-channel platform. So our subscribers are paying us monthly, not per show, not by rating, not by advertising. So they depend on us to make sure that they're constantly entertained, and we have a lot of leeway to do that, and we can take more chances, I think, than some of the other platforms and definitely some of the commercial channels, because it's never going to be about that one show. It's going to be about the entire portfolio and the channels and the services that we provide. So I think that's the one thing that really defines us.
Would you and Avi be sort of involved in the Indian production in terms of just having an overview of what's going to happen? Like, would you like to come down for the shoot if possible, if the world is safe, and maybe even if you can have a cameo in the show? I don't know. As an Israeli tourist, maybe in India on a motorbike.
First of all, I think I would come, and I will come, because I want to see how it goes, and we want to be very involved. We want to know how it goes, and we are reading everything that they're giving us, and we are part of that operation and creation, and so yeah, definitely. I'm just waiting for the lockdown to come to get out, and that just to come to India. I'm missing India.
Take me there, Leo. Take me there.
I will. I'm going to have a big motorcycle.
We could learn Hindi, we learned Arabic, so no problem.
Yeah.
That would make some really good television. I can guarantee you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. It's been a fantastic session. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing everything. And we look forward to seeing, I wish we could do this in person instead of in virtual reality. And I hope we get to meet one of these days. And
maybe we can all get together, in India, in Mumbai for the launch.
Oh yeah, that has to happen.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you so much, panel. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful panel. People got to see the cast, the making behind this great series. We got some great thoughts from all of y'all. I'm sure people in India are excited to see the Indian version of it as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the end of this session. Our next session will start in about 10 minutes from now. The session, which is titled Animation Co-Production, a Strong Reality Post-COVID. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Please don't go anywhere. Wait for the last session. Thank you, panel, and see you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last session of day 2 of the FICCI eFrames 2020. We have a stellar lineup to close day 2 on animation. This session is titled Animation Co-Production, A Stronger Reality Post-COVID. To tell us more, I would like to introduce the moderator, Dr. Ashish Kulkarni, founder and CEO of ScreenYug Creations Private Limited. Dr. Ashish, the session and the platform is all yours.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Welcome all of you to the 21st FICCI Frames, which has now become eFrames. And ever since we started FICCI Frames, animation has taken a center seat. And we actually have pushed an animation agenda in India using this platform in a very big way. We also have created the Best Animated Frames Awards since 2002. And we have awards this year on the 11th, and we have another session on animation on the 11th itself. But today we have a very important topic, and we have Jonas Diamond, co-founder of an executive producer of Smiley Guy Studios from Toronto. We also have Christian, who is the CEO of La Olla Group from Colombia, all the way from Latin America. We have Rajiv Chilaka, one of our Indian legends who have created a lovely character called Chota Bheem, and also Mighty Little Bheem, which is running very strongly at Netflix. And then we have Leela. Neela is a founder and the director of Nima Gasper Audiovisual in Spain, and she also actually promotes Costa Rica and markets. So we have two people from Latin America. We have also representation from the Europe, and we also have Christian, who is one of the stronger personalities who have pushed Italian animation and various other entertainment shows. I had an opportunity to do a co-production with Italy at one point in time, and have met Christian several times in the past. The importance is that we have been pushing for the co-production treaties, and India today has co-production treaties with 15 countries. And luckily we have a Canadian co-production treaty, which was signed in 2014. We have a Spanish co-production treaty, and we also have an Italian co-production treaty. We don't have one with Christian with Colombia, but we should do something about it and push for one co-production treaty. And we would love to have a co-production treaty with Costa Rica. I think that will be an amazing place. Rajiv has actually done Chota Bheem in Rio in Brazil. And that was a wonderful movie that was created. So what we will do today is that we have exactly 55 minutes. I would like you to speak more, and then I'll come up with different questions. We will start with Jonas. And Jonas, quickly, we will do a first round, which is quickly introduce yourself and your studio and what you do and whether you've done the co-production or not. And then we will come into the different leagues. So we'll start with Jonas. Take about 2 to 3 minutes to introduce quickly, and then we'll go to the next speaker.
Sounds good. Thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Jonas, and I'm the executive producer and principal of Smiley Guy Studios in Toronto. We are a full-service animation studio. We've done 5 co-productions since our inception in 1997, predominantly with the United Kingdom, but we've also done one with New Zealand and China as well. So I'm very eager to learn more about collaborating with India and in this new post-COVID reality, which we find ourselves to be quite busy in.
Great. How about you, Christian from Colombia?
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Salamanca. I am the executive director of the Colombia-India Chamber of Commerce. I'm also the CEO of La Olla Group. I'm a business consultant. I have attended FICCI in the past as well. What I can tell you is that between India and Colombia, there has no co-production in place as of now. As you mentioned, Ashish, we should have a co-production treaty, which is very important. All I can say is there is a potential. There have been Colombian companies selling services to India in the fields of animation. There are Colombian productions that have been broadcast in India. So I believe the potential is there. It's a growing market here, and the talent, and of course the tools and the creativity is there. So I believe there is a lot to do in that field.
Hi, Rajiv.
Yeah. So I am Rajiv Chalaka, founder and CEO of Green Gold Animation. I think, like Ashish introduced me rightly, so more known for creation of our most popular character, Chota Bheem, which is also in a different avatar on Netflix as India's first Netflix original for kids, Mighty Little Bheem. So overall, we do a variety of arrangements. So we are into service jobs, we are into creation of original content, and in the last couple of years, we got into co-productions. So we are currently signed to co-productions, both with countries which India doesn't have a treaty yet with. So we are doing one show called as Nebula and the Questionnaires with ADK Japan. ADK Japan is more known for Doraemon. And we are doing a co-pro where we co-own the IP and stuff. So that's one which is going on. The other is a feature film with an Argentina company called Mundo Loco. And they have earlier produced, I don't know what's the Spanish name, but it's a foosball. It's a feature film on foosball, which is done quite well. We are making, co-producing a feature film with them titled Escape to India. And that's currently in pre-production stage. And it's a 3-year production. From the time the storyboard is ready, it's going to take 2 or 3 years in production. But yes, I know a little bit more about co-productions of India with other countries. So we have about 15 countries out of 190 countries plus countries in the world. I think one important thing I would like to say is that give you an example, a feature film produced out of America does 66% of its revenues from outside of America. Only 33% come from things. Yeah, from the rest of the other part of the world, we all need to collaborate, have co-productions, work together, and compete globally. I think animation is a market that is more global than live action is. So I think I would love to see a day where we all are here talking co-productions and we end up actually doing co-productions with each other. That would be fantastic.
Thanks, Rajiv. Hi, Neela. Would like you to come in.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation and having me. I was based in Spain for many years. I've been based in Spain for many years. Over the last 15 years, I have been working on the audiovisual industry with different kinds of contents for Europe and Latin America. And in 2012, I got back to Costa Rica and started working as a consultant for some time with a consortium of animation studios on the business affairs and development for these studios. And then I started with Nima Audiovisual. And basically, we focus on collaborating with Central American producers from fiction to animation and documentaries as well. But as far as animation, in 2016, we were awarded with the Fauno Fund, which is the only co-production fund there is in Costa Rica from the government. And it's given by the Ministry of Culture and the Costa Rican Film Center. And we produced a property called Bird Watchers. And there are 2 episodes of 26 minutes. And that is right now on US Hispanic for SVOD, US Hispanics for SVOD rights. And we're closing some deals from for other territories like UK and Mexico and so on. And then in 2018, we were also awarded with this fund. Something important is that in 2016, when we started Bird Watchers, this production was the first co-production ever for animation with this fund from the Costa Rican Film Center. So, and in 2018, we were awarded again with this fund, but to produce 6 episodes of 5 minutes with them as well. And we just finished in March. And as far as that project, we are looking to find partners for for co-production and continue making more episodes.
Thank you very much, Neela. Can we have Christian from Italy?
Good day to everyone, and thanks for inviting me in a representation of all the Italian animation producers. And as you know, this year we are official partners, country partner of Fiki Frames, like you said, Ashish. So I'm here and talking on behalf of all the members of Cartoon Italia. Cartoon Italia is the National Association of Animation Producers in Italy, and it has a long story. It's now more than 20 years. And we represent the majority of animation producers in Italy. What to say, Ashish, you asked if we have already did anything with India. I would say what we did a lot of production with India. And now we have started from a few years, not only to work with India on the service side, but also we have actively started and very successfully started to co-produce with India. Just to mention a few titles that are now going on in India, like Sissi the Young Empress. Now the third season is currently in production. Eddie's Jetty, Berry Bees, Dixieland, Gino il Pollo, Otto and the Music, Calimero, Topotip, Achu, Cuccioli, and so many others. So the story between Italy and India, I would say that is a love affair. We want to, we absolutely want to co-produce more and more with India, because we've loved the way Indian studios works, and the creativity of Indian studios and Indian authors is growing a lot. So absolutely yes. We are looking as members of Cartoon Italia to enhance all the possibility to cooperate with you. Talking about me, I'm vice president in this moment of Cartoon Italia, and I'm also CEO of my production company BQ Entertainment, that is in this very moment cooperating with an Indian studio based in Delhi for a show. And yes, do we want now to talk about incentives, or we will talk later about it?
I'll just come to that part.
Okay. So yes, we are looking forward to create, even if possible, a better platform to be able to create more and more co-production deals, since we already have a treaty, as you said.
Yes.
So it will be even more attractive for producers in India and in Italy to get together and create new shows. Thank you.
Absolutely. In fact, Chris, I did a co-production with Neo Network in 2011, a show called Darwincibles. And we didn't have a treaty that time, but we had a co-production with the show originated in Italy, but was the first partner was Moonscoop in France, and then we had America, and we had Ireland, and we also have Australia. But all the production happened here in India, and the second season happened with China partly.
Also, Ashish, sorry if I interrupt you. I forgot to mention that the cooperation between Italy and India is not only on the side of animation, but sometimes it happens also for VFX. That is it's another big market. Very important, and also it's important for us.
Yeah, actually, the visual effects market is growing in India much bigger. We in Fiki Frames, we create India Media and Entertainment Report every year, and this year's report was also been published just about a month and a half ago. I'll send you guys the copy of the report, which measures the industry in India, and the year-on-year growth is in 2 digits in the media and entertainment sector. Animation is growing upwards of 20% year-on-year. Visual effects grows actually even higher, and that's why it's kind of very interesting, because it's not only growing for as a services market for the foreign studios and the films and shows, but also the Indian films and television shows are strongly been using visual effects. Coming you to Jonas, one of the countries which has the largest experience of co-production obviously is Canada, and you have countless treaties with with the countries world over. We signed a treaty in 2014. We had been pushing it since 2001. It took us 14 years to sign a treaty with Canada, but ever since that we have signed a treaty, we are still not been able to do an animation show with Canada. And how does Canadian studios look at co-productions from this part of the world? Because we believe there have been associations like Canada, UK, France, Italy, has a stronger bond of co-productions. And now that we have a treaty, in fact, the situation should change. So what's your opinion about, doing co-productions with countries like India?
Well, Ashish, as you said, we've been in the co-production game probably the longest. I think being the proximity that we are to the United States has kind of compelled us to look elsewhere, to collaborate and bring innovative content to the market. I think, like you said, there's been like a lot of long-standing co-production treaties, and a lot of those relationships kind of have, like I've done a lot of co-productions with the same companies.
Yeah.
So I think it's a matter of developing the bonds between the two countries and finding those like-minded companies that want to produce similar content for their domestic market. Because ultimately, as you all know, especially in Canada, we need to have a buyer here in Canada who wants to broadcast the show or release the feature film domestically.
Yeah.
So it's really about finding that original content that can, I think, work in both markets.
Yes.
I think probably kids is the first place to go. But I do feel like there's a lot of opportunities right now, especially in the COVID environment, to find new ways to work together. I think the fact that I'm sitting in a desolate animation studio right now because my entire studio is working from home has really changed the paradigm and the mindset of people in the sense of being very comfortable now in working with other places, because ultimately it's almost as if my entire staff is a co-producer. So I don't see them anymore. It's all virtual. And so I see no reason why. I think that the mindset of being able to collaborate even longer distances than in Canada, and then Europe, and now I think to Southeast Asia for sure.
Yeah. Christian, actually from Colombia, my question to you is, India apparently is finding a lot of relationships in the Latin American region. In fact, I've been to Rio for the Rio VFX and have met several studios in Sao Paulo and in the Rio's region. Rajiv has been there. He has spent a lot of time. And the very fact that he's already doing a co-production with Argentinian studio. We find that, there are pockets like a very dear country to India is Canada, where we had a right fit. We also have identified that we have, some of the European countries, and now we have Latin America, which is very important for us because we have people from, YouTube and people from Netflix and all who actually are looking at that market and Indian market as well, who tell us that we can find great partners. And I have experienced that. We have quite a lot of people coming to Fiki Frames from Brazil and Argentina in the last few years. Similarly, we have found another set of relationship in South Korea and, Malaysia and a few other regions. So there are region-specific things. What can you tell us more about how the co-productions can really work between Colombia and this part of the world? Yeah.
Well, thank you for the question. Colombia is a country that has a law in place for film production. Now that law has been extended to animation also, basically all the sector of the creativity. We have a policy called the Orange Economy. So I believe the frame is there to really work, to really take advantage of it. I think it's important that Indian production houses can come to Colombia, see the country, see what is the possibilities of working here. Very recently, many movie productions have been made here. The animation sector is a sector that is growing. So I believe it's very much open now than before. It's a sector that is growing, that is making step films. So I believe it's important for you to come here. Of course, now with this situation, we need to plan some virtual interaction with Colombian production houses as well. And also we have promoted India as a destination for films and productions and all those things. So the appetite is there. Really, the appetite is there. The talent is there. And I believe this is the opportunity to strengthen that relationship. Because we have a legal frame, tax reductions, motivations, we have the talent, we have the equipment, and of course with India, like the experience that Christian was sharing with Italy, I think is possible here too.
Yeah, actually our experience has been that the more interaction that happens through different markets and different things, and then when people visit different studios, the relationship becomes more stronger, and that's where the co-productions would actually mature. And what Jonas said was very true, that once you find a relationship, the first thing then you actually greenlight the new shows. It comes to you as a first recall of working with the similar friends that you have created and the relationships that you have created. Neela, in fact, we had quite a few guys coming from Spain at one point in time. But we hardly know about Costa Rica. So why don't you throw some light on both the places and see how this relationship can actually grow? Okay,
great. Well, actually, Costa Rica doesn't have so far any agreements. We're almost closing an agreement with Canada.
Yeah.
And the promotion agency is also starting conversations with Chile. Then we have associated, and we are basically associating with other Costa Rican studios to promote better the animation industry, like abroad. The promotion agency from Costa Rica has been working for the last 8 years or so, or 6 years or so, with some of the studios having a booth at Kidscreen and trying to promote properties. There's, of course, as in many places, a lot of the work that has been done with other countries and between Costa Rican studios and other countries have been services. So, of course, there's always a part of services. Some of the studios have worked with Canada, with other countries for services, and even with India. There are a few studios that have done things with India. And also with, I think, Colombia, in this case with Colombia and Panama. Right now, there's a person that is working on trying to find ways of associativity, like trying to get a closer with these countries, because for us, it's like more natural. I think we have a similar situation like in Colombia. With Italy, I don't think any of the studios have worked with Italy before. But yeah, we're basically open. We are a very young as well, and a new country as far as the internationalization of animation. But the promotion agency, along with the government and the studios, we are working a formula to export more like that talent, because we do have talent in Costa Rica, and there's a lot of creativity, a lot of people developing great concepts and and ideas. But it's hard also in a country like ours because there's not enough money because we only have one fund. And since we don't have any co-production agreements at the moment, we have to find creative ways on producing. But I think we're going through a beautiful and great moment of many things that could arise within this whole situation from COVID. I don't think at the moment, like for us, the situation has been affecting us as far as co-productions. Within this time, I basically see more opportunities of collaboration within the crisis than problems. So, yeah, basically.
Actually, it's so funny that we have similar thoughts that there is a pressure on the budgets that are there internationally, as we are talking to several producers and the networks, people who greenlight shows, who commission shows, and they're looking for ways and means of how to do it in a lesser budget. And I'm really glad that India, over the period of last 2 decades, has created a pipeline of production in 2D. I know everybody was going 3D in 2002, 2003, and then suddenly in 2009, we were hit with recession, and a lot of shows got converted to 2D, and we continued with 2D, and then slowly 3D came back, and now we have pipelines for both, and we have as many as 17 to 1800 studios between animation, visual effects, and gaming in India right now. So we've just done the listing of all the studios. When we talk to all the countries and we see that there is a fund, and every time I have spoken to the Canadian producers, I've spoken to the Rio producers or Italians or French, everybody at every point in time would start with the local fund, and they prepare themselves to push it to the local fund first, and then fulfill the criteria. I'll start looking for partners simultaneously, meet people at MIPCOM, MIPTV, and sign, consolidate and sign the co-production. India doesn't have any of these kind of things. I will actually bring in Rajiv at this point in time, because here we plan our shows and we fund them ourselves, and we find funding. We are talking to the government to bring in the co-production fund. Rajiv, what do you have to say how the evolution of co-production would happen with the treaties in place? So far, we have been doing co-productions without the treaties.
Yeah, I think as India, we have been already very flexible in working in many ways. In the sense, we have done projects where, like I said earlier, projects on our own where we bought our own funding, to projects where we had we have taken service jobs from, let's say, from an international producer. We have done co-production. We have sometimes funded the co-productions completely. And so we have definitely worked in different models to understand that today it's very, co-productions would be the way forward, especially in this kind of scenario in the global thing. What COVID has taught us that we all can work, from home. So that means we can basically, internet is the way forward working. And, Zoom calls, and obviously I've never done a Zoom call before 3 months ago. And this is bringing the world together. So so just like we are working with artists, whether it's a storyboard artist in different part of India, to VFX artists in Hyderabad, to everyone working in different parts of India. Similarly, I think in co-productions, we need to understand what are the strengths of each party. So let's say that, Canada has certain strengths, India has certain strengths, Italy has certain strengths, Colombia or Costa Rica or Spain, they have different strengths. We need to understand that what costs cheaper in which part, bring that together. Understand which part is going to do that, put a budget to it, and your co-production treaty, again, it'll help you in honoring commitments from both sides. Many times, many studios, not just India, different parts of the world, have many deals have fallen apart because some deliverables fell apart. Co-production. So example, like, the client gives the storyboard late, the studio is going to deliver it late, but somehow the client is the guy who rules the thing. The contract says, okay, the contract is one-sided. The guys haven't taken care of that fact that, okay, what if I get the storyboard late from the client? Can I still deliver on time? So these kind of loopholes were there in the contracts, and a lot of service studios got shut down or ran into heavy losses because of lack of co-production treaties, wherein one stronger party takes advantage of the weaker party. So I think these kind of the treaties, I mean, like I said earlier, India is right now only treaties with 15 countries in the world. In fact, those 15 countries are already key, but we need to bring in a lot more countries and have bigger treaties, which basically are win-win for both. I think both the studios, the producer or co-producers together, when we work, I think we all understand that. I mean, example, in North American market, if you can sell the show, and also in Asia, I mean, that's half the world. I mean, so similarly, Latin America and different parts of the world. So the treaties will definitely pave the way forward for more stronger relationships, and also give security. So that the one party knows that if I bring in money to this project, I'm very sure that my Indian partner is going to also honor his duty and is going to be able to complete that production. So sometimes, what if you're not able to complete on one side? So I think these treaties will help help show the way forward for a stronger animation world.
Thanks so much, Rajiv. In fact, I want to bring Chris from Italy here at this point in time. Chris, we would like to understand, if one has to do a co-production with Italy, what is required and how the funding happens. And you were wanting to talk about the fund that is available in Italy. So if we can actually throw some light on that.
Yes. First of all, I mostly agreed with what Rajiv said. It's totally true that we should work more strongly all together in the way to solve and to cover the weakness that we can find in the financing of a project. In fact, when we producer in Italy have to create a project, we start from the fundamentals. So whenever we have found any IPs that is suitable for a distributor, like in our case, the public broadcaster is our main reference for distributing contents for kids, mostly in the target age of preschool, a little bit of kids, and for now a small part of teens. We don't look very much in this moment, unfortunately, I would say, for adult contents yet.
Yeah.
But also broadcasters are looking for developing this part too. So in Italy, we have the possibility to access to automatic and selective contribution. That is every year, and from the last few years, we have 3 calls every year, and we can apply to have funds for pre-production, production, and distribution too. So the fund changes every year depending on how many appliances there are in that specific call. There is a call generic for pre-production, and a specific call for animation only for production. So this is a big help for producers to make the budget. More than this, we have also the tax credit that we can access.
Yes.
And the tax credit, it's starting from 15th to 13%. Most of the time, we are eligible with our expenses to achieve the possibility to have 30%, 30. So it's a big help for us producers.
Mm-hmm.
We have also the help of ICE, which is the that helps producers to go in the international markets and festivals and business meetings, B2B meetings all around the world to create the network that Rajiv was saying before. Yeah. Because in any case, as you know, a production is made of so many things, and sometimes we need to have more than one single partner. So how India can be effective now in the creation of a budget for an Italian producer is not only for on the service side, that is something, but it could be a real co-producer, means a producer that put quotes in the production and contributes actively in the creation of the IP, because this is a very important part. And now there is also the possibility to have investment and programming obligation for all the television broadcasters and OTTs in Italy. We are slowly activating these possibilities in all the European countries, in Italy too. So we hope that maybe this or the next year in Italy too, every single broadcaster and every single over-the-top will be obliged to invest a certain percentage of their incomings in production, in local production. The discussion is about the percentage of investment that will be between 15 and 20%, depending if the broadcaster or distributor is public or not. Okay, so this is a very generic structure of how a production is made. Just to give you a small number, just one sentence, the value of kid market in Italy in 2019, accordingly to the Doxa research that we had, it was 3.5 billion euros, with more than 16,000 people employed in animation in Italy. So it's and counting, it's a growing business, it's a growing market. And we really feel that, like Rajiv was saying, now the animation business is not related only to the country where you are developing the IP, but it's becoming more and more a cooperation, more than a co-production, a real co-production and cooperation with more partners around the world.
Thank you very much, Chris. In fact, as you have seen India evolve in the last 2 decades, initially India was only known to be a services country, and that's why the co-productions, only the production part came to India. But having a very strong experience of 15 odd years creating original content out of India end to end, today India can become a partner in the larger value chain, as you said, right from idea creation and IP creation onwards. My question to Jonas is, Jonas, what would be the nitty-gritties of signing a co-production deal using the treaty? Because you've been doing it for a number of years. If you can quickly tell us what goes in from your side to sign a treaty. When do you approach a fund? When do you approach the studios? What makes you think that this is the right idea for you to invest?
Well, I think ultimately, with original production specifically in Canada, I think as we all have alluded to, advertising market is shrinking right now. So certainly finding new ways to do things, I think, is in everyone's interest. I think the basic thesis of a co-production in Canada, and I guess generally, is just the financial contribution. It usually equates to the amount of work that you're going to be doing, which then also equates to the copyright ownership in the production. So the amount of financing will kind of dictate how much percentage of the budget you're going to be doing and how much you're going to own. So that's kind of the underlying fundamental principle of it. That can change. There's ways to think about how to do that in different ways, but I think that's the premise from which to work from. As Christian said, we, like Italy and Europe, have selective funds, whether it be the Canada Media Fund in the television sphere or Telefilm in the feature film world. And then there's the automatic tax credits, which are triggered both on a federal level, just by working within Canada's borders, as well as a provincial level by working in each particular region, which have different incentives based on where you're actually doing the production, both on the film and television, usually consisting of like a labor-based tax credit, but also there are specific ones in many provinces for computer animation. So I think overall, it's very much to Christian's point, I think, and Rajiv's point, I think finding ways to not only view India as a service provider and doing things from a budget perspective, I think there's also new ways that we need to think about collaborating on IP that can appeal to both of our markets. And that, like I said in the initial question, is finding the right broadcaster in Canada or the right film. We're right now developing a stop frame movie that we're looking for co-producers. Very universal story that I think will translate in many places around the world. So I think it's about finding the right story that fits not just for your own domestic marketplace, but also your co-producers. And so that it's not viewed, as Christian and Rajiv said, as some kind of service provision, but as much as a real co-production where you are in fact getting married to one another.
So you mean like jointly developing the storyline and the characterization is also
not yet.
Good.
So now my point is, this is like one of those particular projects that I know will travel well.
Yeah.
And it's a feature, and thus we're actively looking now for that co-producing partner because we have the funds in place in Canada. So now it's about finding the right home for it from a co-production perspective.
Okay, my quick question to you is that, so far we have always seen that whether it was Italy, France, or UK or Canada, most of the co-producers were wanting to talk to Indians with their idea as the original idea. And now, Indians to sign in as a co-production partner. We would like to see a situation that there are very interesting Indian ideas that can also be taken to the global platforms. And especially with Europe, Canada, and Latin America, we have seen there are some universal ideas that can actually go and find ways from here. How open are you to look at some of these kind of ideas?
I think similar to China, I think probably before India, like we always looked at the relationship as one where you were providing a service. And now we finally have come to the realization that there are many more Chinese people and many more Indians than there are Canadians or Europeans. And thus we should actually be very excited about developing content for a much larger marketplace than ours. So finding the right idea that can translate both in our domestic market, but also in your domestic market, frankly, which is 10, I don't even want to tell you how much bigger, 300 times the size, it should excite us. And I think that the mindset will change because I think it's been so long that I've had lots of meetings at Kidscreen in various markets where it was all about India providing a service. And now I think that that relationship can change and where there will be mutual reciprocity.
Right. This question to Neela and Chris from Colombia is that what kind of ideas do you really think would work for co-production, and how, if one has to put up a co-production between India and Latin America, what are the 3 or 4 salient points that we would look at? We would also probably have one of the partners from Italy and Canada because the robustness of those markets and the maturity of those markets. Yeah, Neela first, and then we can have Chris too.
Okay, thank you. Well, I believe nowadays, as Jonas was speaking, and as I've heard all of you guys, I believe I think it would be something that you would have to analyze property by property or animation by animation, because I think nowadays in the world that we live, there are many key points and hints on the animations that can be made like more global and not so local. I think the market has changed in that, because in the world that we live in, nothing is too local anymore. Yeah. It's like now we have a broader view of how the world looks, and I think that's also in the case of kids content. It's something that makes also their world more interesting, to have contents that come from different origins, and I think that's the magic of animation as well. So I think it would be something to identify, like a property that's something that could be interesting to apply for the fund that we have, or having any of the Costa Rican animation studios involved in any of the stages. I think it would have to do with how the property fits internationally. I guess that's something that it's like key to all of us, if it has like international potential, right? Yeah. So I guess it's something that we will have to see project by project, and not maybe having like key points that are particular at certain time.
So you mean to say that the international sensibilities are the most important factor?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because at the end of the day, we want the productions to be able to be viewed by kids in different countries, course, and yes, as many markets as possible. So that's always something strong. I think that it would be amazing to have a India, Colombia, Costa Rica, Italy, Canadian production, because it will broaden up the spectrum of kids that could watch in Europe, in Latin America, and in Asia production.
Yeah, I know it becomes so much easier because it's kind of get funded from at least 4 different sources, and one could do many more productions like that, so that each one of them can be distributed in their own markets. Mm-hmm. Chris, my question to you is, how do you see, because animation has always been considered to be the kids genre, and the world is trying hard to kind of push it to family entertainment, because that's where we have a larger audience. And what kind of topics would you take up? Would you still pick up kids as a primary audience, or you will pick up even the family entertainment for co-production in animation particularly?
But that is for Christian from Italy.
No, it's for you. Actually, okay. Chris, like from Italy has taken up animation for adults also in co-production. I know of quite a few projects, but my question is to you.
Okay. No, I was getting ready for the previous question, but it's okay.
No, you can answer that one also. Yeah.
Okay. First, we need to understand the Colombian market is in 2016 was a $249 million market. We have destinations to USA, Spain, Mexico, Canada, Germany. So that means the level of production that you find here in Colombia is of global standard. I agree with Nila. She mentioned something, how to make universal stories, how to approach, because all the same, in all these years that I have been working with India, I have found that people have an appealing for India. They feel so much identified with India. Taking it from the movie industry, there are fan clubs here of all the stars from the Bollywood industry, the stories that are there. So there is a potential to work those kind of stories that are very much Indian with universal values, but also as well, we need to come together to understand each other. I believe the content for children is very important nowadays. There is a lot of efforts here. I was mentioning that, for example, here in Colombia, we have a law in place. We have a tax incentive motivation. Through that law, Colombia has been able to create more than 25,000 jobs, and also to get investments above $45 million. So which means now with this coverage for this sector is also going to be motivated to create more content for children. There is a huge importance in the country to create content for children, educational country that brings values, that brings stories, that help people to dream. So yes, I believe animation is a key player right now. Right now, everyone is working from office, like Jonas was mentioning. They're working from home, sorry. They're working from home. Some adjustments have been there. So the production keeps going on. And the facility of this sector is that you need digits, you need bits, you need atoms. So yes, I believe this sector is promising, is growing, and the quality that could come together with India, I have seen it with other industries here. Once you find a right Indian partner, you can grow, you can make it successful. And it's a partnership for life. I like the metaphor that Christian used, is a marriage. So we should work towards it.
Thank you very much. In fact, Rajiv, my question to you is that, can you quickly, tell our co-production partner countries that how India has evolved? We have created clusters in India for animation, like we have, starting from Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Trivandrum, Kolkata, and now even Delhi. I'm happy that Chris from Italy found a partner in Delhi. For a long time, we didn't have studios there, but in the last 10 years, we have many studios which have come up, and most of the guys came and worked in Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Bangalore, and went back and started studios there. And such is the case with studios in Calcutta. In terms of how India can manage multiple costs and multiple quality levels, and how the cluster can help most of the co-productions if the shows are bigger. What do you have to say for this?
Yeah, I think just one important fact that I want to highlight that last 1 year, currently the world population is 7.7 billion. That's huge. Last 1 year, there are 10% of the population born on Earth. There is about 72 million babies were born in the last 1 year. So that is our audience, new audience to animation. So 72 million kids probably are going to be born this year. And I think with everybody working from home, I'm sure there are going to be more babies. Looking at more population of babies coming in. So preschool is an area that is going to be large. In India, interestingly, we had almost zero content created for preschool. Still, networks locally are not able to understand the importance that preschool is going to play, or that girl shows. So both areas are open. I see that internationally, a lot of these preschool productions have been made, or girl shows. And of course, one way to look at is recreate that kind of content for the local market. Other good thing is that, like Nela mentioned, that the preschool audience is the global content, global storytelling wise. Preschool is as innocent as kids get. That's the purest form of humans are at that age. It's very common. They love colors. They love animals. They love their mother, the family, the father. It's very simple. No matter what form, which country it is, this thing. So it's really easy to adapt. And like when I started out in the animation world in India, our market was somewhere less than $100 million of total this thing. Today, India has $1.3 billion in animation and VFX, and it is going to multiply tenfold in the next 4 or 5 years. The reason for that is, the demand for content, and this area, like I mentioned, preschool has never been explored, girl content has never been explored. So this is going to go crazy. So more chances are likely that we need the help of all these countries to create content, not just for India, but also for their countries. That's the number two. And third thing, with the creative, the Indian mindset versus the IT of Indian strength together, I think it's easy to produce cheaper productions in the future. I think we all know the world is talking about right now. Everybody's, when they're talking about reducing budgets, we also are figuring out how to do that. And one of the first thing is that you are aware of game engines such as Unreal or Unity. With those kind of things, you can bring down your rendering cost. You can bring down the speed of production. Faster production is faster money. And I think, I just came to my studio on 2 weeks ago and told them, hey, I think we're going to explore this. Let's do that. Can anyone do some experiments? Within 3 days, these guys have done all kinds of things in Unreal and Unity, and from live action shooting to green screen to VFX to realistic environments. In 3-4 days, they've explored this. Imagine what is the talent is lying there in India, not just in Hyderabad, but like you mentioned, different parts of India. There is huge talent out there. And again, our international friends here, they have a lot of experience. I think we all need to come together and do some more wonderful stuff. And I think fingers crossed, I think we are looking for COVID has taught everyone to be more human, which is the best part. Everyone suddenly realizes, hey man, I was talking to Christian before this, he was telling us praying to God. I think everybody's doing that across the globe now. Suddenly our faith has gone up. We are caring for our fellow people, I know who my neighbors are now. I haven't met them in 7 years. So that's what is happening. I think there's going to be a better world out there now.
Yes, gentlemen. In fact, it's been wonderful talking to all of you. I think, Jonas, people even in Colombia know that you are working out of studio and you've been working days and nights. Although people are working from home, but, studio heads, the CEOs, the founders have to ensure that they go to the studio, sit at the edit suite, get all the shots and see the lineup, give the reactions in time, all corrections in time. It's a wonderful way. People have been forced to look at different working style, and I think it's a great experiment that happened. Outsourcing of animation has begun even before the IT could think of outsourcing, and it started in 60s, 70s itself. But it's kind of a time that it's going to more consolidate. And one of the topics that we couldn't discuss much is about the public broadcasting in India, because we don't have a public broadcaster yet. We are pushing the government as an industry to start Doordarshan Kids, which is going to be the kids channel. Hopefully it happens this year. But once that happens, our opportunities are even going to double. But I can only tell you that India has created at least 7 cluster cities where animation ecosystem is complete. And as Chris and both the Chris have actually traveled India, they know that this is a very evolved place. And I can tell you an example that there was a show which came in and they wanted to work with 3 to 4 studios at the same time. And it is possible to work that out in India in about 3 or 4 cities. And it kind of works quite well. Secondly is that most of the studios in India would understand English as a language so that you can actually do corrections and a lot of other things very strongly and very fairly quickly. Having said that, a quick closing remark from each one of you to say, how are we going to keep in touch so that the co-productions happen? As Rajiv said, that only if we understand our co-partners and we keep in touch, or we know each other, we talk to each other, that the co-production can take a birth. So what is your quick idea about how are we going to keep in touch to make sure that the manifestation happens and we actually become partners to the co-production? Let's start with Jonas and we'll go to each one of you quickly.
Well, I mean, we were all used to traveling to those physical marketplaces, whether that be in Cannes or in New York or Miami for Kidscreen. And I think now that is going to change in a dramatic fashion. And I think the window of connecting with somebody is now flat. There's no cost now to travel around the world. And I think now more of this is going to flatten that communication curve. and be able to connect everybody without incurring, you know, a financial cost that that some people can't afford. And now we can really focus on the idea. And I think that's exciting to me.
Thanks so much. How about you, Chris Italy?
I totally agree again with Jonas, and I would just add that it's okay. It will be probably more difficult to travel like we did, like going in 10, 15 markets, festival around the world in a year. But I still feel that it will be even more important for producers to go and physically staying in the studios to which we want to co-produce or interact. It's very important to have a connection, because it's okay. We can, like Rajiv was saying, and I totally agree, most of the tasks, technical tasks, can be done more easily and in real time. And this is fantastic. And using tools like video conferencing will become more common, but still, I think that the contact, it will be even more important now, even more important. Sure. So we will try the way to convey in some visiting tours to the studios or things like that. I just want to steal you 1 second to add something to what you were saying about the format that will be important to produce in the future, because one very important thing that happened, families have become very sensitive, much more than before, to the importance of animation, precisely because of CV-19.
Yeah.
The parents had to spend more time with the children, even watching TV and cartoons with them, that for most of them never happened before.
Yes.
So even the entertainment broadcaster had a visibility that was not so clear before. And this is a very important point that brings us to think that the contents has also changed as expectation from both sides, families and distributors, yes, and children too. And we had a very interesting interaction with the Italian broadcaster a few weeks back on this topic specifically, and they were pointing out that edutainment has returned to being an attractive thing.
Yes.
Yes. More than, you know, all the slapsticks and adventure and comedies we have seen until now. Of course, we don't want to become too serious and doing only education, but still, we've deeply understood that the edutainment, it's crucial now in a world that is changing and that is facing big changes. I think that the rule of producers have become more clear to broadcasters and families.
Well, very well said, Chris. In fact, it's brought in a lot of change in, I think, even the way the schools are going online, animation has a much bigger role to play. A very nice point brought in. Can we quickly have Rajiv, Neela, and Chris be short, because we are running out of time right now.
Quickly start. I think to add to these gentlemen said, I think they're going to be virtual and stuff, which will be kind of real versus I think I've seen some companies and stuff wherein, you know, so let's say there is MIPCOM 2021. So you will see people actually having at the same time we can travel virtually and go to the booth number, you know, A32 or whatever that is, have a virtual meeting. Maybe one of them is real and other is this thing. So I think these things, like we mentioned about cost, I think using these new technologies, which only made us think differently now, thanks forced way, we've been made it to this thing. Now we're able to all talk, and this thing which we thought wasn't possible. And the best thing about such meetings is we don't need to wear masks. But the sad thing is beach parties on, you know, in wherever.
Thanks, Rajiv. Neela, what do you think?
Well, besides all what they've said, I believe this is a great opportunity to recontact people from our networks and see what's going on with everybody and try to reactivate like those relationships with everyone and see what's going on, where can we collaborate, because at the end of the day, if this this whole process is going to be about all the collaboration, and everybody's situation. It's like on the same level right now because we're all living around the world on the same frequency. So I think besides these all new ways of connecting virtually and having meetings and so on, it's also a good chance to contact and reactivate the contacts on our networks to try to find opportunities where we can come together.
Thank you. How about you, Chris?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for this invitation. At the beginning of this time, I heard one important businessman in Colombia saying that in crisis, sometimes some people cry and other ones are making the napkins, the tissues to clean the tears. So I believe this is an opportunity. I agree with Christian. The educational content is playing a very important role. Children are getting exhausted or watching other things, and education, it's important to continue. We are very much open to help bringing India and Colombia production houses. We have the contacts here. We have the networking here. So I believe this is a great opportunity. Of course, we will miss. I understand Christian because we kind of belong to the same culture of the Latin world, that we need the contact, to feel each other, to hug, to say hi. But this is an opportunity, and maybe we can do it slowly. We can start with events, small events, and slowly when the situation improves, then we can surely meet. So we are very open to open the doors for Colombia for all the Indian companies.
That was really nice. In fact, a very important point been brought out that the culture of education is changing, and many kids are not able to go to school, and they're actually seeking content at home. And the way the content is delivered has to change, and animation has a big opportunity, not only in the educational content, but many people are not going to able to shoot for some time. So many stories can also get converted to animation. So I think overall it's been pretty good. It's a stronger reality today that we actually can look at co-productions with the new reset button and look at much bigger win-win and cost-effective productions. And on behalf of FICCI, I can tell you we can continue to have these collaborations coming through very strongly. Time and again, and we have learned a lot in today's session as to where you all are in different parts of the world. We will continue to make an effort to make sure that we keep connecting with each other. And big thank you to all of you for taking time out with a very short notice and come up for eFrames 2020. And we would like you to continue your relationship with FICCI and all the Indian studios. Wishing you all the best. And a big thank you to all the audience who have been keenly watching it at multiple platforms. So overall, I think it's been really nice. We would like to keep in touch again. And as we keep in touch, we will continue to do more co-productions. Thank you very much. I'm handing over to
Namaste. Ciao.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ashish.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ashish.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, panel. It was wonderful listening to all of y'all. We heard some views in the post-COVID world or in the COVID world, how we're all collaborating virtually. Thank you. And we will see you, audiences, tomorrow at 11 o'clock. We start day 3 with a session on sports. Until then, signing off. Have a good night. Thank you.